Chapter 36-29. Fighting a half-step to martial god. Is Lin Ling courting his own death? When the Emperor of Assassins saw Lin Ling entering the staircase, he smiled disdainfully. He did not know how Lin Ling, who was only at the Sage Realm, had the guts to fight him. Then, when the Emperor of Assassins saw that there was no danger at the entrance of the staircase, he walked in as well. The staircase continued to descend as though it was leading to hell. However, Lin Ling and the Emperor of Assassins were martial artists who had been in this world for many years. Thus, they did not panic at all. After a long while, they finally heard the sound of water. Lin Ling and the rest had finally reached the end. They were in a space under the island. It was huge and water was flowing all around them. It felt as though they had entered an aquarium. When they looked around, there were more treasures than before. They were lying still as though they were waiting for someone to pick them up. When Lin Ling and the Emperor of Assassins saw that, their eyes lit up and they smiled. These treasures belong to me, Lin Ling. However, before the Emperor of Assassins could say anything, Lin Ling spoke first. The Emperor of Assassins was stunned. They all belong to Lin Ling? Is this guy crazy? I admire your courage. However, I will remember the 2 slaps you gave me. Therefore, I will torture you to death in this place. The Emperor of Assassins smiled. He stared at Lin Ling and licked his lips. Do you think that I am not afraid of you because I have the key? Lin Ling shook his head coldly. Isn't that so? If you did not have the key, do you think that I would not dare to touch you? The Emperor of Assassins said disdainfully. Lin Ling, who was only at the Sage Realm, was so stubborn. Well, if that's the case, I'll show you my full strength. You're a half-step to martial god realm expert. Speaking of which, this is my first time fighting against such a powerful expert. I hope I'll be able to enjoy myself in this battle. Of course, I'm not alone in this battle. My wife and I will join forces to fight against you. However, judging from your age and strength, I don't think you'll say that I have an unfair advantage. Lin Ling slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword, his eyes blazing with flames. It was a heroic feeling of fighting to one's heart's content. Even if you call over tens of thousands of helpers, you will only end up as cannon fodder. The aura of the Emperor of Assassins seemed to have materialized, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Alright, then I'll show you my full strength. Lin Ling floated up and merged his talents again, turning into a pitch-black ferocious creature. He held the tyrannical song sword in his hand and True Inheritance dark swords appeared behind him. The aura was extremely terrifying, causing the Emperor of Assassins to frown. Although he looked down on Lin Ling, he could not deny that Lin Ling was the most powerful sage he had ever seen. However, Lin Ling did not stop there. The space-time divine steel appeared. The illusion god realm appeared. The calamity-destroying sun bow appeared as well. All kinds of trump cards were colorful, which made the King of Assassins' face turn serious. No wonder Lin Ling could defeat Jianghu so easily. It turned out that he was indeed very strong. However, it was still not enough to fight against the Emperor of Assassins. You must have been bored for a long time. Come out. At that moment, Lin Ling raised his eyebrows and the Dragon Clan fragment flew out. A large number of dragon demons appeared. These dragon demons were at the martial ancestor realm. Although they were not as powerful as the half-step to martial god realm, they had the advantage of numbers. Young Master. After these dragon demons appeared, they immediately bowed to Lin Ling. They were neat and orderly, and their momentum was great. Many of the dragon demons were shocked. They had not seen their young master for a while and they had not expected him to be so powerful. Then, they looked at the Emperor of Assassins and immediately knew that he was an existence comparable to the ghost dragon god in the Rainbow Realm. In the past, the half-step to martial god realm was too far away for them to defeat. However, They felt that the distance between them was getting closer. Kill him. Lin Ling's body turned pitch black and his limbs turned into dragon claws as he roared furiously. Kill. The surrounding dragon demons emitted a terrifying aura of destruction and charged toward the Emperor of Assassins. Where did this guy get these monsters? The Emperor of Assassins looked even more grave. He knew that he had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling, this is your trump card, right? No wonder you're so confident. However, you're dreaming if you think you can kill me with this. The Assassin Emperor snorted coldly as he activated his powerful boundary essence. A wave of impure divine energy started to spread out from his body. This was the Emperor of Assassins. He had a grade 7 ultimate desolate body, complete realm ancestral force and a wisp of divine energy. Most importantly, he had the talent of life where darkness existed. Go to hell. At that moment, Lin Ling attacked as well. He merged with the dragon demons and suppressed the Emperor of Assassins. Although the Emperor of Assassins was powerful, he had no choice but to avoid Lin Ling and the others. In an instant, he was suppressed. He was also enraged. What happened to killing Lin Ling? What happened to torturing Lin Ling like a dog? Swoosh! At that moment, a sword slashed and almost split the void into two. This was because this was a 40% demonic sword. It also had the power of 9,000 realms and 5 dantians fused together. The killing intent of this sword forced the Emperor of Assassins to dodge. Unfortunately, just as he dodged, a large number of dragon demons wrapped around him, not giving him a chance to breathe. Rumble. Boom. 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 Sound waves exploded in the void. Even the island was shaking. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. It was extremely intense. Huangfu Yile and the others hovered in the sky and frowned. What a terrifying aura. Was the Emperor of Assassins attacking Lin Ling? Something's not right. With Lin Ling's strength, the Emperor of Assassins doesn't need to use such strength. That's right. However, we forgot about the strength of the beauty beside Lin Ling. She can fight Ningbo Tao. No matter what, Lin Ling must die. No one believed that Lin Ling could win. At that moment, the scene below the island could only be described as earth-shaking. It was as if the most ancient battle between the gods was taking place. The ground was covered in blood. It was the blood of the dragon demons. Although there were more of them, the Emperor of Assassins was at the half-step martial god realm after all. This was because they had all suffered serious injuries. In the air, the Emperor of Assassins was not in a better state. He had also suffered some injuries. When they looked at Lin Ling, they saw that he had also suffered serious injuries. A half-step martial god realm expert was extremely powerful. Not only did his realm core power seem to be endless, but he also gave off the feeling that he was immortal. Previously, Lin Ling had attacked the Emperor of Assassins from all sides and dealt fatal blows to him several times. However, in the blink of an eye, the Emperor of Assassins was resurrected in the darkness. Most importantly, not only did the Emperor of Assassins' injuries weaken after his resurrection, even his Jia Yuan recovered slightly. This made Lin Ling realize that if it were not for the dragon demons, Lin Ling would have been defeated long ago. The difference of one realm was a huge gap after all. Young master, this guy is too difficult to deal with. Chapter 36:30. Attack with full force. That's all. However, Lin Ling shook his head. Lin Ling, what other tricks do you have? I'll take it. The Killer Emperor laughed proudly, pointed at Lin Ling and said, "Let me tell you, this emperor is an insurmountable mountain." What a joke. I've even killed a martial god. Why would I be afraid of a half-step martial god like you? Lin Ling smiled sarcastically. He was very confused because according to their crazy attacks, it was impossible for the Assassin Emperor to be fine. However, the truth was that every time the Emperor of Assassins was heavily injured, he would be able to recover again and again. It was as if he was immortal. No, it's his talent. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. This kind of talent was very terrifying. It was practically immortal. At present, Lin Ling still didn't know what kind of talent it was, but he knew that it was definitely extraordinary. So what if you know? Moreover, I've only displayed the power of my innate talent. I haven't unleashed my full strength yet. Otherwise, do you think you'll still be alive? The King of Assassins held a sword in his hand as his long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked extremely ferocious. And that was indeed the case. Previously, Lin Ling led the dragon demon to attack crazily, which caused the King of Assassins to be constantly suppressed. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have been defeated long ago. Of course, the King of Assassins also believed that Lin Ling's final trump card was used up, and it was his turn next. However, had Lin Ling finally used up his trump card? The answer was no. Since Lin Ling dared to kill him, he naturally came prepared. Lin Ling began to revert to his original appearance. All of his soul force gathered together, as if it had materialized. A mysterious power that did not exist in this world quietly spread out. At first, the Emperor of Assassins was filled with disdain. However, he frowned. What was this power? Why did it give him such a feeling of fear? He couldn't help but stare gravely at Lin Ling. His expression finally changed. How could a junior at the Saint stage possess such terrifying strength? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He was a half-step to the martial god realm and had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. How could Lin Ling possess the power that he feared? Grand Brahma Art of Punishment. At this moment, Lin Ling softly uttered a few words. The step of wisdom. Steps of God. As soon as this energy appeared, Lin Ling's soul force began to burn and weaken. However, the Assassin Emperor felt a world rushing towards him. This was an extremely perfect world. It was like the great Tao of the universe. It was also like the great rules of the world. No matter how strong a warrior was, as long as he entered this world, he would have to follow the rules of this world. This was the steps of the gods. Moreover, the Assassin Emperor discovered that he couldn't avoid it, because this wave of power was formless and colorless, not like realm essence, not like ancestral force, and even less like divine force. In your dreams. The Emperor of Assassins started to panic. He pointed his finger and shot out the strand of divine energy that was hidden in his body. Majestic and surging, this was the most ancient power of the gods. However, after this force collided with Lin Ling's world, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. What's the matter? The Killer Emperor's pupils immediately trembled violently. When he reacted, he immediately discovered that he was trapped in a world. This world actually sealed all of his power, it was so terrifying. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? He kept shaking his head, he felt that this was a dream. One must know that during the hero assembly, he thought that Lin Ling was relying on the key, that's why he was afraid and didn't dare to make a move. However, at that time, Lin Ling said that if they really fought, it was unknown who would live and who would die. At that time, he laughed disdainfully and treated Lin Ling's words as a joke. However, now, he knew that Lin Ling indeed had the power to threaten him. This power is really terrifying, but it seems like it has just been comprehended. It can only seal me, it can't kill me. Of course, the Assassin Emperor was able to become one of the 20 kill experts of the Flying Dragon organization. His knowledge was also quite extraordinary. He immediately noticed the weakness of Lin Ling's step of wisdom. His pupils flickered with cold light, he knew that he had to escape from this world, and that would be the time of Lin Ling's death. And this time, he wouldn't give Lin Ling any chance. Do you think you can still escape? However, Lin Ling seemed to know his guess and said coldly. He stretched out his left hand, and a vine shot out from his arm. It kept growing bigger, and a huge primitive forest appeared in midair. Then, this forest submerged the assassin emperor. You actually still have some tricks up your sleeve. The assassin emperor's heart rumbled like thunder. This was the Saint Realm? Why did he have so many trump cards? Damn, even a real martial god didn't have as many tricks up his sleeve as Lin Ling. Surprised, right? I forgot to tell you, during this period of time, I have been accumulating powerful trump cards because I want to kill a god again. And you are just the first step of my revenge. Lin Ling's eyes were like torches as he shouted coldly. This gaze and this voice made the assassin emperor feel like prostrating himself in worship. Lin Ling was too terrifying. His potential could reach the level of a god. Moreover, he also remembered the hatred between Lin Ling and the new heavenly court. It was said that if Lin Ling wanted to kill a god, he would have to kill martial god Wen Tian. He had always thought it was a joke, but now, he felt that it wasn't a joke. Everything was possible. Being bound by countless vines, the assassin emperor's talent and skills were suppressed, but he was still calm. I admit that your divine abilities are really terrifying, but they can only seal me. You are just a Saint Realm cultivator, and you don't have the ability to kill a god yet. Assassin Emperor, your time of death has come. Even if you have the power of words, it's useless. Lin Ling's hair fluttered wildly, and his voice became louder and louder. Yu. Under his fierce shout, Yu finally held her sword and charged out, turning into a shooting star with five-colored light. She was like a goddess who had crossed over to the world. In midair, a little girl appeared behind Yu. She looked majestic, and although she looked like a little girl, she was actually like an angry Vajra. Yu slashed her sword at the assassin emperor, and the assassin emperor's pupils trembled violently. He subconsciously said, "Lower God's divine weapon? Damn slave, you have underestimated me." Devouring Heaven let out an arrogant voice as usual. In the blink of an eye, Yu appeared in front of the assassin emperor. The assassin emperor struggled violently, wanting to rush out of Lin Ling's steps of wisdom, but he was just a little bit away. He was furious. Because, he still had many skills that he hadn't used, and he was about to die here. Of course, he was also depressed because Lin Ling had exploded with storm-like attacks from the start, not giving him a chance to counterattack. Let's see if my sword can chop off your head. At this moment, Yu was like an ice goddess. With a shout, she slashed out with her sword. Lin Ling, how about we shake hands and make peace? Chapter 36-31. Worship. As the Emperor of Assassins, when you kill, will you shake hands and make peace with others? However, Lin Ling shook his head from afar. His words stunned the King of Assassins. As an assassin, his principle was to never leave anyone alive if he wanted to kill someone. He had never thought that after being an assassin for a lifetime and killing countless people, he would finally have a taste of death. Lin Ling, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. The King of Killers roared and a sword mark appeared on his neck. He was killed by Yu's sword of devouring Heaven's fortune. And this time, he would never be able to resurrect again. Because his talent had been sealed by Lin Ling's steps of wisdom and little Kuan Luan's divine patterns. Thank you for haunting me even as a ghost, and I take that as a compliment from you. Seeing the head of the King of Assassins flying off, Lin Ling said calmly. Then, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Half-step martial gods are indeed hard to kill. He recalled the scene when he had killed martial god Qilin. He immediately realized that luck had played a huge part in it. Martial god Qilin had died in the god-slaying array. If martial god Qilin had known about the god-slaying array, he wouldn't have died. That being said, martial god Qilin did not expect the weak god-slayer alliance to set up such an ancient formation. This time, Lin Ling didn't rely on the divine barrier formation. Instead, he relied on the cooperation of Yu. In the end, my cultivation level is too low. Although Lin Ling had killed the king of assassins, he was not very excited or proud. Instead, he wanted to break through to the martial ancestor realm even more. By then, even the god of assassins would not be able to stop him. Lin Ling, that old man is dead. At this moment, Yu finally reacted and said in disbelief, I killed a half-martial god? Her voice was filled with shock. Of course, if this news were to spread to the final world would probably be shocked as well. A martial progenitor killing a demigod, who could do that? Well, there's no time to lose. Let's collect these treasures as well as the treasures left behind by the assassin emperor. This old man must have killed countless people in his life, so he must have countless treasures on him. Lin Ling didn't have time to be happy. He immediately warned Yu. He had to prepare himself for the martial progenitor realm. However, the martial progenitor realm was different from the other realms. If he failed to break through, Lin Ling had a feeling that he would never be able to break through again. Therefore, Lin Ling had no choice but to be cautious. In the end, it was because Lin Ling had too many dantians, which increased the difficulty of breaking through by 50%. During the God Item competition, I bought a Millennium Annals of History pill, which can increase my chances of resurrection by 30%. But that's not enough. I have to go to that place. Yang Qi said. Lin Ling wanted nothing to go wrong. Therefore, after he collected all the treasures, he immediately left with Yu. Next, he also collected all the treasures on the island. His next goal was the core area of the 5th level. That place had some treasures that Lin Ling needed, which could increase his chances of breaking through by a certain amount. After collecting all the treasures, Lin Ling suddenly looked at the modeled tombstone. His face also showed a touch of vicissitudes of life. Senior, I'm here. The last time I saw you, you were not dead. Do you still remember when you drank with me? However, the sea has turned into mulberry fields. When the old friend comes again, you have already gone to the west. Paper money and incense appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He paid his respects to the old friend and felt sorry for the unknown expert who had drunk with him. Martial artists seemed to be glorious, but when they died, sometimes they were even worse than mortals. At least, after mortals died, there would be descendants who would pay their respects and there would also be descendants who would cry for them, proving that they had been in this world. But what about martial artists? If they died in the wilderness, who would know? If they died in the hands of their enemies, who would dare to pay their respects? Indeed, the world was fair. Martial artists had freedom and the strength to do whatever they wanted, but in reality, they had to pay a part of it. For example, family, love, friendship. Brother Ling. Yu looked at the man beside her and could not help but tightly hold Lin Ling's hand. She knew how Lin Ling felt. She also knew that although martial artists seemed to be glorious, in reality, every step was difficult. A moment of carelessness and they would turn into a pile of dirt that no one knew about. She also thought of all the scenes of Lin Ling when she was a child. At that time, Lin Ling had said that there would be a day when he would rule over the 9 heavens. And Lin Ling had done it. However, every time Lin Ling reached the peak of the world, a new world awaited him. It was like an endless test. Many times, she had been worried about Lin Ling. She was afraid that Lin Ling would be killed in the merciless trials and be eliminated. But fortunately, the great waves washed away the sand. Lin Ling was not a sand that was eliminated, but a meteor among the sand. The path of martial arts is vast and boundless. Since I have walked this path, I will walk it to the end. Otherwise, I would have already brought you all back to my hometown, China, and lived a peaceful life. At this time, Lin Ling turned to look at Yu and said firmly. Yes, Brother Ling, I believe that you will win. You will definitely reach the peak of Huanyu. Yu immediately nodded heavily. I also believe in myself. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely bright, as if he had made a promise to a young girl when he was young. The two of them held hands and left the island. At this moment, on the island, everyone was looking at the island in shock. Previously, the island had continuously emitted rumbling sounds, which made them feel like they were in a dream. Could it be that Lin Ling's resistance was so fierce that it actually erupted with such power? And now, the island had finally quieted down, giving people a strange feeling. Is Lin Ling dead? The experts of the various academies were all waiting quietly. Finally, someone said something in disbelief. Do you know what the Emperor of Assassins is? However, someone immediately retorted coldly. It was Huang Fuyao. That person immediately frowned. The Emperor of Assassins is a half-step to the martial god realm. I can tell you that at least 40% of the people in the 36 academies are unable to reach this realm. They can only stay in the martial ancestor realm for their entire lives. So, do you know the difference between the half-step to the martial god realm and the martial ancestor realm? Also, do you know what it means to kill 20 assassins? Let me tell you, that is a title that can only be obtained by killing 900 million experts. Among them, there are 100 million martial ancestor realm experts. This is easy to say, but who can do it? Even if you kill one person per day, you have to kill 100 million people per day. Let me ask you again. Do you know who is the strongest in the Flying Dragon organization after the God of Assassins? It is the Emperor of Assassins. So, do you still think that Lin Ling is still alive? Huang Fuyao said unceasingly. This is true. Chapter 36-32. I've been cheated. Moreover, the Emperor of Assassins is the only person in the Flying Dragon organization who has never failed a mission. Even the God of Assassins failed once. Meanwhile, Jianghu spoke as well. Moreover, even though I lost to Lin Ling is at most twice as strong as me. However, the Emperor of Assassins is 10 times stronger than me. That's the gap between us. He had fought with Lin Ling before, so he had the most right to speak. Deceiving the masses with lies. Utter nonsense. But at this time, a disdainful voice sounded. Everyone looked over and found that the one who spoke was Xian Yuangur, and the one standing beside Xian Yuangur was Xiao Ning. I'm not talking nonsense. Jianghu was immediately unhappy. He was just speaking the truth. Why are you talking nonsense with them? Both of them are ignorant. However, Huang Fuyao was not so easy to talk to. He hated Lin Ling, so he also hated Lin Ling's women. Lin Ling is already dead. These two beauties seem to be ownerless. Moreover, they followed Lin Ling and seem to have a lot of treasures on them. Huang Fuyao suddenly said to Cao Discord. Everyone immediately looked at Xian Yuangur and Xiao Ning. Little beauties, hand over the treasures. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Those who were impulsive rushed over directly. Damn, this guy is so fast. Many people cursed in their hearts. Then, a young man with a crooked face pounced over with a grin on his face. In his opinion, these two delicate beauties could not escape the fate of being ruthlessly destroyed. Swoosh. 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 However, the first person who rushed over was immediately shot into a sieve before he could even get close. His whole body was bleeding, and his Jia Yuan continued to spread. That person pointed at Xiao Ning and cursed angrily, "Bitch, you plotted against me." After leaving behind a sentence, he died, but his eyes were still open. Obviously, he died with grievances. That was because he thought that these two beauties were trash and could be easily dealt with. But who knew that Xiao Ning had a deadly crossbow in her hands and killed him instantly? The second person wasn't any better. He was full of confidence as he pounced over. In the end, he was smashed into a meat patty by a single page of scripture. Shit is coming out. Everyone's jaws dropped. None of the women by Lin Ling's side were flower vases. Then, their eyes turned red with jealousy because such a beauty was actually taken by Lin Ling alone. Little girl, what's so good about following the dead Lin Ling? How about following me? Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. If you want the moon in the sky, I'll give you a dozen. A man with a face full of pimples walked over, revealing a smile that he thought was dashing. The moon works too. Xiao Ning was a little naive after all. She was instantly curious. The man smiled confidently. Of course, there's nothing I, Lai Wu, can't get. He was extremely pleased with himself. Sure enough, if you want to get a woman, you can't use force. You have to use soft methods. Now, with his method, Lin Ling's woman was also taken care of by him. He walked over with a smile. However, before he could take a few steps, countless divine crossbows shot at him, turning him into a sieve. Although I'm very curious about what the moon looks like, I still prefer to follow Uncle Lin. Xiao Ning held the divine crossbow and shook her head. You. The man who was extremely pleased with himself was so angry that his nose became crooked. Then, he breathed his last. I have to say, Lin Ling's strength is not that great. However, his method of training women is really impressive. He's already dead, but these two women are still protecting him. What a guy who makes people jealous. Compared to beauty, I'm more interested in that divine crossbow. It's not simple to be able to kill a middle-stage martial ancestor. Cold voices rang out from the crowd. Huang Fuyao's eyes lit up and he took the initiative to attack. One should know that those who attacked before were not on the divine list. However, he was an expert on the divine list. Naturally, he could take care of Xian Yuangu. Give up your hands and wait to be captured. Huang Fuyao shouted angrily. Trash, I didn't see you being so arrogant when my husband was around. Xian Yuangu sneered. Her words were like a sword that pierced deeply into Huang Fuyao's heart. Lin Ling had always been Huang Fuyao's inner demon. My husband is back. Xian Yuangu's beautiful eyes flickered as she spoke again. What? Huang Fuyao's face instantly turned pale. He almost turned around and ran away. However, the experts in the distance burst out laughing. Only then did Huang Fuyao come to his senses. He had been fooled. Huang Fuyao is afraid of Lin Ling. I didn't expect him to be so afraid. Yeah, it's beyond my expectation. How embarrassing. Mocking voices drifted over. Huang Fuyao was immediately enraged. His self-esteem had been greatly humiliated. He looked at Xian Yuangu with murderous intent in his eyes. He walked forward step by step coldly. Let me tell you, even if Lin Ling is here, I'll slap myself 3 times when he sees me. Let me tell you, even if Lin Ling is not dead, I'll slap his teeth out when he sees me. Let me tell you again, if Lin Ling is still alive, I'll make him my slave and kowtow to me 3,000 times. Huang Fuyao seemed to have lost his mind. His last sentence was simply a roar. Ha ha ha. However, after he roared, his inner demon seemed to have dissipated quite a bit. This was because he finally remembered that Lin Ling was dead. He was completely dead. Alright, I've said what I wanted to say. Now, the two of you can go to hell. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the fact that you're Lin Ling's women. After venting his anger, Huang Fuyao looked at Xian Yuangu and the others ferociously. This was because only by killing everyone related to Lin Ling could he completely wash away his inner demon. However, Xian Yuangu and the others were not afraid at all. They had the demeanor of Lin Ling. When Huang Fuyao was getting closer, Xian Yuangu's eyes suddenly lit up. She smiled in surprise and said, "My husband is back." Her voice stunned Huang Fuyao for a moment. Then, he laughed out loud. She was still trying to trick him. It's good that you're back. Come on, come on. I'll do what I said before because I'm the son of the Grand Tutor of Miaoshan Divine Dynasty. Huang Fu Yile did not fall for the trick and said proudly. However, after he said that, he realized that there was only silence in the distance. The martial artists who were chatting and laughing just now were all silent. Moreover, the sky was extremely oppressive. It made it difficult for them to breathe. What was going on? Huang Fu Yile frowned. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Huang Fu Yile, I didn't expect you to hate me so much. After a moment of silence, a faint voice drifted over. Although the voice was very calm, it was so calm that it did not have any emotional fluctuations. Huang Fu Yile was familiar with it. However, to Huang Fu Yile, this voice was too familiar. Even if he turned into ashes, he would still recognize it. His body trembled as he slowly turned around. Chapter 36-33. Die. Following this, he saw two figures holding hands as they approached the island. The man looked cold and otherworldly while the woman was as agile as a fairy. What a beautiful combination, incomparable coordination. If it weren't for the fact that he was familiar with the man, Huang Fu Yile would have blurted out his compliments. This pair of newbies was definitely a match made in heaven. However, he was too familiar with the man. His face turned pale in an instant, completely devoid of blood. His legs continued to tremble, and he almost couldn't stand properly. He blurted out anxiously. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. As the last word was uttered, a shocking scene took place. Everyone's hearts exploded. Lin Ling had returned alive. It felt like he had just returned from the clutches of the Grim Reaper. However, it was the truth, as the Emperor of Assassins was indeed the Grim Reaper. Lin Ling has returned, but the Emperor of Assassins has not. Based on the Emperor of Assassins' personality, he would never allow someone he is determined to kill to return alive. Therefore, there's only one possibility that the Emperor of Assassins has not returned. Qing Zhu's heart continued to pound. It was his first time feeling so terrified. It felt like he had just encountered a top expert on the God ranking's heavenly stairway. However, the truth was that the person was only a junior to him. Only one possibility? Everyone had an answer in their hearts. The Emperor of Assassins was dead. Lin Ling had killed a half-martial god with his cultivation of the martial saint realm. Bang! Upon having this thought, the crowd's hearts exploded once again. Huang Fu Yile, you said that you would give me 3 slaps if you stumbled into me again. Lin Ling held Yu Yu's hand and walked toward him. Pa pa pa. Without saying a word, Huang Fu Yile slapped himself 3 times first. Lin Ling's expression remained the same as he continued, Huang Fu Yile, you said that you would break my teeth if you stumbled into me again. Bang! Huang Fu Yile immediately broke his teeth with a punch. Even if Lin Ling had not killed the Emperor of Assassins, he knew that he was no match against Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the demon in his heart. How imperious! The crowd stared at Lin Ling, who had returned like a king, and their expressions became even grimmer. Lin Ling did not even need to attack. Huang Fu Yile had humiliated himself like a dog with a single sentence. Huang Fu Yile had said that he was only trying to show off. He was like a dog when he encountered Lin Ling. Huang Fu Yile, you said. Lin Ling thump. However, Lin Ling hadn't finished speaking when Huang Fu Yile knelt down and kowtowed ceaselessly. Lin Ling shook his head and continued to walk forward. The son of the Grand Tutor has disappointed me. You don't even dare to fight. Your father, the Grand Tutor, taught you this? Huang Fu Yile knelt on the ground, not daring to even look at Lin Ling. If Lin Ling who didn't kill the assassin emperor was his inner demon, then Lin Ling who killed the assassin empress had become a god in his heart. You're bullying my woman. Lin Ling stood in front of Huang Fu Yile and looked down at him. Huang Fu Yile was speechless. At this moment, he wished he could give himself 300 slaps. Why was he so stupid to want to kill Lin Ling's woman? Too stupid, he was too stupid. Of course, he couldn't be blamed. Even if it was someone else, they would have chosen the king of assassins. Go to hell. Lin Ling looked at him quietly, and his eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Everything else could be discussed. But regarding his family and his wife, there was no need to discuss. If he dared to touch them, Lin Ling would kill him. Boom! Huang Fu Yile was smashed into meat paste by Lin Ling. He couldn't be more dead. Everyone's heart trembled. Lin Ling was so ruthless. For his wife, he was willing to kill everyone in the world. Who among you wanted to kill my wife? Come out now. I'll give you a chance to apologize. Lin Ling then looked at the crowd. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet Lin Ling's eyes. Die. Lin Ling didn't say anything. The dark sword on his back shot out and killed several people. Lin Ling, you're too overbearing. We're students from the 36th Academy. You're killing an alliance. If we tell the Academy, you're dead for sure. Someone bellowed indignantly. Now, do you still know that we're students from the 36th Academy? Lin Ling sneered, when I was killed by the king of assassins, why didn't you care about our alliance? What were you worried about when you made a move on my wife? His words left that person speechless. However, another person also spoke, even so. Go to hell. Lin Ling didn't have time to listen to their nonsense and directly attacked. These people said he was cruel, so he was cruel. What was the big deal? Since they dared to kill Gu, they had to die. This was because Lin Ling had never provoked them. Because of their jealousy and the rewards from the Duan family and the new heavenly court, they had targeted Lin Ling time and time again. Now that their strength was inferior, they still had the nerve to use the academy as a shield. Dream on. Go to hell and complain. Crazy tyrant. Seeing Lin Ling kill without saying a word, everyone was scared out of their wits. Plop. Someone knelt down. It was Qing Zhu. Who would have thought that the most arrogant expert would actually be the first one to be convinced of his strength? I didn't do anything before, and I didn't say anything. After kneeling down, Qing Zhu kept kowtowing. I like honest people. You can leave now. Lin Ling nodded lightly. Everyone's pupils trembled. Like honest people? Immediately, those who didn't do anything before knelt down and begged for mercy. You can leave now. Thank you, Lin Ling, but this guy was rude and wanted to harm your wife. Someone was grateful to Lin Ling, so he testified for Lin Ling. Damn it, you betrayed me. The person who was testified was furious. Just as he was about to attack, he was immediately killed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, spare my life. I was also involved before, but I was just saying. I didn't do anything. I didn't even do anything. Someone took the initiative to confess. Me too. Following that, more and more people confessed and kowtowed like grandsons. Scram. Lin Ling didn't kill these people. Firstly, they were just saying and didn't kill Xian Yuan Gu. Secondly, Lin Ling liked honest people. In the end, there were only a dozen people left. They wanted to kill Xian Yuan Gu, and gloated over Lin Ling's misfortune, but now they were asked to beg for mercy. They couldn't bring themselves to do so. And these people had powerful backgrounds. They were from the final world's big families. Lin Ling, I am. Someone raised his chest proudly and said. Go to hell. Lin Ling didn't have time to listen to his nonsense. He fused his talent, turned into a monster, and killed him with a punch. Then, he stretched out his dragon claw and licked the blood on it. This was a monster that chose people to devour. You guys did something wrong, but you still don't admit it. It seems like there's no other choice but to die. Don't talk about fairness, and don't tell me your background. I'm not interested. Lin Ling turned into the Grim Reaper. With a swing of his scythe, he reaped all their lives. How terrifying. Chapter 36-34. Black Gold Castle. The Wind Snow Academy's people were the same. Even Tian Ao's face was pale. This was the first time they had seen such a domineering side of Lin Ling. For a long time, their impression of Lin Ling, other than being a little cold, was mostly very easy to talk to. Among them, Zhuang Yanming was an example. He had once offended Lin Ling, but eventually became good friends with Lin Ling. But they didn't expect that Lin Ling would be so crazy for his family. After a long time, Lin Ling left with Yu Yu and the others. Everyone looked at his back, and their evaluation of Lin Ling grew infinitely. Even a half-step martial god has been killed. If the news reaches Princess Tian's side, it will definitely cause a commotion. Someone muttered to himself. All of us underestimated Lin Ling's strength. Another person also spoke. They felt that if Lin Ling were to find Princess Tian and the others, it would be a catastrophe. He would be like a wolf in a flock of sheep. Powerhouses like Ningbo Tao and Kagura were no match for Lin Ling at all. What was laughable was that Kagura and the others had been so pleased with themselves. They believed that they would definitely be able to get their revenge if they met Lin Ling. If Lin Ling is so strong, why didn't he use his full strength until now? Someone suddenly asked in confusion. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became even more confused. My guess is that he wants to catch everyone in one fell swoop. That's because only Kagura and the others underestimate Lin Ling. Can Lin Ling enter their world and transform into a wolf? Finally, someone said nervously. This person was Qing Zhu. At this moment, everyone's bodies began to tremble. Unfortunately, they had overestimated Lin Ling, because Lin Ling had never had such an idea. The main thing was that Lin Ling disdained to do so. It was only Kagura and the others. They weren't worth Lin Ling's schemes. In this metal elemental land, there was only one person that he was afraid of, and that was the god of assassins. Moreover, this person was extremely good at hiding. Until now, Lin Ling still didn't know where this person was or who he was. This was also the reason why Lin Ling didn't easily reveal his strength. Brother Ling, where are we going next? On the way, Xianyuan Gu asked. Thinking about what had happened before, she felt happy. Although she was independent and didn't like to be a vase, it felt good to be protected by her husband in a domineering manner. The core of this floor, the Black Gold Castle. Lin Ling to Xianyuan Ge's little, and smiled. The of Black Gold Castle? Yu Yu and the others was. And, that's also the way to the 6th floor. There are many secrets of the Age of Gods inside. I've been there before, so I'm somewhat familiar with it. However, I haven't found the way to the 6th floor yet. Lin Ling nodded and explained, the reason why I want to go there is because there are treasures in the Black Gold Castle that can increase my chances of breaking through. When I was still Li Xiaoyao, I saw many such treasures in the Black Gold Castle. However, I was already a martial ancestor at that time, so I didn't pay attention to them. Hearing this, Yu Yu and the others immediately nodded. They also knew that Lin Ling's breakthrough was more difficult than theirs, and it was more crucial. Therefore, if they could find treasures that could increase the success rate of breaking through, Lin Ling's chances of breaking through would be higher. Then let's go. Yu Yu and the others quickly followed Lin Ling. Everyone, be careful when you go there. I guess that everyone is gathered at the entrance of the Black Gold Castle. Among them, Princess Tian is not simple, but the one that I am most afraid of is the god of assassins. Don't leave my sight, because I guess the god of assassins is also looking for an opportunity to kill me. Also, don't trust anyone. Lin Ling kept reminding them. 3 days later, a black land appeared in front of them. At a closer look, the land was made of metal and was extremely magnificent. It made them feel as if they were walking on the huge armor of God. Looking along the horizon, an ancient black gold castle sat on the land, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. We have arrived at the black gold castle. On a hill, Lin Ling stood there quietly with his hands behind his back. Then, he smiled and said, "Remember my previous warning, let's go." Next, he led the few beauties to the black gold castle. The surrounding mountains were very short and looked extremely strange, as if they were made of metal. It was like the work of God. And in the wide mountain range, a large number of powerhouses had gathered, all of them looking in the direction of the black gold castle. Moreover, on the road to the black gold castle, a large number of demonic beast corpses were lying there. At a closer look, they all looked like demonic beasts made of metal, which was extremely strange. Of course, this was only because they were strong. If it were a martial artist from Jianghu, there would only be one ending, and that was death. In front of the black gold castle, Princess Tian and the others were all here, and their expressions were extremely ugly. During this period, they had been here and killed all the demonic beasts nearby, but they could not enter the black gold castle. They had used all kinds of methods, but this ancient castle could not be opened, which made them so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Because of this, the black gold castle, which was originally a secret place, was now open to the public by Princess Tian. She wanted to find some people with special abilities to open the black gold castle. This also caused a lot of people to gather around. However, there was no one who could open the black gold castle. As time passed, Princess Tian and the others became more and more annoyed. What a bunch of trash! At this time, a faint laughter suddenly sounded, and in the silent metal mountains, it spread extremely far away. Yes, a bunch of trash. In front of the black gold castle, a man stood up and said. His face was somewhat ferocious, and he was Kagura, who had been waiting impatiently. He did not know how long he had been waiting here, so he had not been to the other places on this level, and he had missed out on many treasures. I'm sorry, but I'm not talking about them, I'm talking about you. However, at this time, the voice from afar floated over again, and the words were directed at Kagura. Kagura was stunned, and he, who was already annoyed, became even more furious. Sir, if you don't take back your words, you will regret it. Not far away, Ningbo Tao also stood up angrily. The person who came was looking for death. He knew that they were extremely annoyed, but he still made sarcastic remarks. Around the black gold castle, many people also stood up, and their eyes were red. Obviously, they were all angry. I'm sorry, I was wrong. At this time, the person who came finally apologized, and seemed to admit that he had said something wrong. Ningbo Tao's lips curled into a smile, and he slowly sat back down. This person was quite tactful. However, just as he sat down, the voice from afar floated over again, because I wasn't talking about Kagura alone, but also you, Ningbo Tao, so I was wrong before. Of course, in reality, many people here are trash. The words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. The black gold castle was in an uproar. Who was this person? He was too arrogant. Not only did he make sarcastic remarks, but he also angered everyone with just a few words. Bang! 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 The experts of the major academies all stood up and looked angrily into the distance. On the ground far away, a blue-robed young man walked over majestically. Chapter 36-35. I'll give you all a chance. When he saw Lin Ling swaggering over, he turned a blind eye to him and continued doing his own thing. The people who were originally angry were now boiling with anger as if they had been sprinkled with oil. It was Lin Ling, it was actually Lin Ling. Kagura, Ningbo Tao, and the others were enraged. They had wanted to kill Lin Ling for a long time, but they had to prioritize the bigger picture, so they didn't bother with him for the time being. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would appear in front of them first? Moreover, he was so arrogant. Lin Ling, you piece of trash. Do you think we won't dare to touch you because you still have the key? At this time, a sharp voice sounded like the cry of a nighthawk. Then, a blue light flashed and shot towards Lin Ling at an absolute speed. Seeing that someone had made a move, everyone stopped in their tracks. If no one made a move, they would definitely make a move. Because many of them were experts from the New Heavenly Court, Flying Dragon Organization, and Duan family. 9 systems, kill him. And this time, it was an expert from the New Heavenly Court, so Ningbo Tao ordered coldly. It's 9 systems. Hearing Ningbo Tao's words, everyone's eyes flashed. 9 systems, an expert on the God list, ranked 466th on the God list. It was said that she was almost taken in as a disciple by martial god Wen Tian. Most importantly, she was a woman. An endless blue feather dress flew across the sky. 9 systems speed had reached 750 world speed. Behind her, the illusion of a beast appeared. Blue-winged sea dragon. This was one of the 10 great beasts of the universe. It was said that it was only below the bloodline of the 4 great beasts of the universe. You dare offend young Master Ning? You're courting death. The woman said majestically. Her finger stretched out like a nighthawk's beak, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Lin Ling. You overestimate yourself. Lin Ling had already stopped in his tracks. What was terrifying was that his body was gradually turning black, as though he was dyed in color. Wisps of sinister smoke also filled the air. Without any movement at all, Lin Ling threw out a punch. Roar! It was as if 2 dragons were roaring. The punch collided with the woman's fingers and instantly destroyed her attack. Then, the punch landed on the woman's chest. Puff! The woman immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and her expression changed drastically. Up until now, they had been at the Black Gold Castle and did not know that Lin Ling was killing people in the other direction. Therefore, when Lin Ling injured the woman with 1 punch, it undoubtedly made the surroundings fall into an earth-shattering silence. The powerhouse who was pointing at Lin Ling arrogantly earlier was even more motionless. The woman's beautiful eyes narrowed. From what she knew, Lin Ling was a weakling. That was why she had stepped forward on behalf of Ningbo Tao to kill Lin Ling. However, she had been injured by Lin Ling's punch. It seems that I have underestimated you. The woman glared hatefully at Lin Ling and immediately retreated. Since you're here, why leave? Lin Ling's eyes flashed fiercely. Previously, the woman had wanted to kill him and had not held back at all. Seeing that she had failed, she wanted to run away. Perhaps she thought that she had the speed of 700 realms travel and could leave as she pleased. But in her dreams, Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. He disappeared from where he was and shot towards Jianghu. At this moment, Jianghu did not know that the Grim Reaper was approaching her. She muttered to herself, this Lin Ling is really powerful. He just became an expert of the 3rd Divine Hall not long ago, and now he can block one of my attacks. What kind of cultivation does he cultivate? His strength has increased so much. No wonder the New Heavenly Court has designated him as a must-kill. However, after I go back, I must increase my strength and turn defeat into victory. Jianghu, be careful. At this moment, Ningbo Tao's anxious voice suddenly came from afar. Jianghu's beautiful eyes narrowed. What had happened? Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. She thought of Lin Ling and subconsciously looked back. Instantly, she found that Lin Ling had appeared behind her. A domineering punch came flying towards her like a dragon's roar. What? Jianghu did not expect Lin Ling to have such speed and catch up to her. Boom! Her chest was instantly pierced through. A black dragon claw reached out and blood splattered everywhere. Jianghu looked at the dragon claw in her chest in disbelief. Her expression was extremely complicated. Perhaps she never thought that she would die, let alone die in Lin Ling's hands. Boom! At this thought, Jiu Zhi's body exploded. The entire area around the black gold castle became even more silent. This was the first time that people had witnessed Lin Ling's strength. It also seemed that Lin Ling was telling them directly that if they wanted to kill him, Lin Ling, they should think twice. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to really dare to come. At this moment, a deep voice sounded with endless majesty. It was Princess Tian who had spoken. She put her hands behind her back and looked calmly at Lin Ling. You shouldn't have come here. Because if you did, you might regret it. I don't think so. Instead, I think that if they attack me, they'll be the ones to regret it. Lin Ling floated in midair and looked at everyone as if he was overlooking the world. Seeing Lin Ling floating like a monster, Princess Tian's eyes flickered. Then, she said again, there's a limit to one person's strength. If you continue to be stubborn, you'll definitely die. Especially if the killer emperor comes, you can't rely on the key to save your life again. What are you trying to say? Lin Ling also looked calmly at Princess Tian. The killer emperor? These people obviously didn't know that the killer emperor had already been killed by Lin Ling. I saw that your cultivation wasn't easy, so I can't bear to see you fall here. So, I'll give you two options. 1. Surrender to me. Princess Tian said calmly, but her words made Ningbo Tao and the others' faces change drastically. If Lin Ling agreed, then they wouldn't be able to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled. Surrender to Princess Tian? This Princess Tian thought too highly of him. 2. Hand over all the treasures on you, including everything on your wife, and I'll spare your life. Princess Tian said again. She knew that Lin Ling was also extremely extraordinary and had many treasures on him, especially the divine weapon in Yu Yu's hands. That was what she valued the most. All the treasures? Lin Ling smiled again. He had to admit that this Princess Tian had the temperament of a superior, daring to protect him in front of so many people. Of course, Princess Tian was also very good at taking advantage of the situation. Just a protection, but she would also get all the treasures on him. However, Princess Tian underestimated Lin Ling too much. He, Lin Ling, needed protection. So, what do you think? You have to know that you only have one chance. If you miss it, there won't be another. Princess Tian said again when she saw Lin Ling remaining silent. Although she also knew that Ningbo Tao and the others would definitely be unwilling, they would still give face to Lin Ling's true teachings. How about this, I'll also give you a chance. At this time, Lin Ling finally opened his mouth and said calmly, this kind of opportunity only comes once. If you miss it, there won't be another. Chapter 36-36. Blackmail. Give me 100 million sovereign crystals each and I'll give you a benefit. Of course, if you refuse, you won't be able to leave this floor. Maybe I'm in a bad mood and I'll kill all of you. So, I hope you can seize this opportunity. Lin Ling's entire body was pitch black. His face was cold, like a demon king baring his fangs. Coupled with his cold words, the surrounding mountain range had undoubtedly become colder. So arrogant? Everyone's heart trembled. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with a strange gaze. Lin Ling was like a lamb in a tiger's den, and he actually dared to threaten to take their emperor crystals, including Princess Tian and the others. This guy was crazy. After being stunned for a moment, Princess Tian's anger boiled, causing the ground and sky around her to crack. Do you know what you're talking about? Princess Tian said word by word. Who was she? She was a true disciple of God Miao and had a powerful boundary deity behind her. She had stepped forward to save Lin Ling, so Lin Ling should be grateful. However, not only did Lin Ling refuse, he even dared to extort 100 million royal crystals from her. Was he trying to humiliate her? Or did he not take her seriously at all? But no matter what, this was a huge insult to Princess Tian. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? However, Lin Ling ignored the anger in Princess Tian's eyes and reprimanded her. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, endless sound waves erupted from the distance. It was as if billions of people were shouting at the same time. Moreover, it was not only people, but also a large number of demonic beasts. There were all kinds of voices. It was Ningbo Tao. It was as if he had collected all the sounds in the world for his own use. Two huge golden truncheons appeared in his hands as he pounced towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling, it's time for us to settle our debts. Last time, your wife saved you. This time, your wife won't save you again, right? A furious roar resounded throughout the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Clang! What was surprising was that without Yu, Lin Ling was simply unable to withstand a single blow from Ningbo Tao. This was because Lin Ling had already been struck by the golden mace in Ningbo Tao's hand. With this slap, a boundless sound also erupted. Realizing that he had subdued Lin Ling with one strike, Ningbo Tao laughed disdainfully. You're so weak. You can't even withstand a single blow. The people of the new heavenly court immediately laughed and were about to cheer. However, their eyes suddenly froze because the golden maces in Ningbo Tao's hands were slowly pushed away, revealing a pitch-black figure. Then, he threw out a punch, which landed on Ningbo Tao's chest like a shooting star. Puff! Ningbo Tao was sent flying backward like a shooting star. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. Looks like you don't understand human language. And the person who appeared was Lin Ling. This time, everyone's expression changed greatly. Last time, when Ningbo Tao attacked Lin Ling, it was Lin Ling's wife who saved him. This caused people to think that Lin Ling's wife was stronger than Lin Ling. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling was stronger than his wife. Not only did he withstand Ningbo Tao's attack, he even injured Ningbo Tao with a single punch. How could Ningbo Tao lose? Impossible. No matter how strong Lin Ling is, he can't reach this level. Ningbo Tao must have been careless. Yeah, he underestimated Lin Ling, so he was careless. Many people refused to admit the truth, especially the people of the new heavenly court. 1,000 miles away, Ningbo Tao finally stopped flying backward. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and looked at Lin Ling furiously. You sneak attacked me. He roared. However, although Lin Ling's attack was somewhat unexpected, it was also caused by his carelessness. Most importantly, Lin Ling's punch was too terrifying. It simply had the power to destroy 10,000 worlds. Now, in his chest, the bones were still constantly breaking and cracking. His dantian also seemed to be about to explode. Even if he wanted to fight again, he didn't dare to in the short term. In the distance, Princess Tian's expression changed slightly. She was about to speak, but at this time, Lin Ling had already spoken. I say, you bunch of trash, don't you understand human language? With just one sentence, endless hatred was instantly stirred up. Although everyone had underestimated Lin Ling's strength, there were so many people present that Lin Ling couldn't suppress them all. He didn't have such strength. However, Lin Ling mocked everyone as a bunch of trash. Lin Ling, what do you mean by that? Another person spoke up at this time. It was Wuxia Xianxia of the Wuxia clan. He chuckled. I heard that our Wuxia clan's Wuxia Wuji is your friend. Therefore, I can't be considered your enemy. However, I'm curious about the meaning behind your words. Are you going to kill them all if they don't pay you 100 million? Bullshit. Him? We should be the ones to kill him. That brat is too arrogant. However, the moment Wuxia Xianxia's words left his mouth, everyone started to speak up. Lin Ling chuckled, because if they don't pay up, they can forget about entering the Black Gold Castle. What? The moment Huang Xiaolong's words left his mouth, everyone's expression changed. As for those who were previously arrogant, all of them became silent. Even the ferocity on their faces had disappeared. Even if they had the chance to kill Lin Ling, they wouldn't dare to do so. Lin Ling, what right do you have to say that you can enter the Black Gold Castle? Are you trying to trick us? Even Princess Tian shouted. She had been waiting here for a long time, hoping to find a way to enter the Black Gold Castle. Lin Ling already knew their attitude, and he sneered disdainfully. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "None of you are qualified to be tricked by me." His tone was still arrogant, and he looked down on everyone. Everyone gritted their teeth, but they endured it. You can't even enter the Black Gold Castle? All you can do is stroll around outside like idiots. Do you think that I'm trash like you? However, Lin Ling's tone became even more harsh as he continued to speak. This time, everyone was fuming with anger, but they endured it once more. Even Princess Tian felt the same way. However, she was filled with doubt. Even Master Yin couldn't break into the Black Gold Castle, so how could Lin Ling do it? However, Lin Ling was now her last hope, and she wouldn't miss such an opportunity. We agree. If no one pays 100 million royal crystals, you can open the Black Gold Castle. Princess Tian spoke on behalf of the crowd. No, it's 150 million royal crystals now. Lin Ling smiled faintly and returned to his original appearance, because you've wasted too much of my time. You. Everyone was trembling with anger. Lin Ling was raising the price on the spot. Alright, deal. Princess Tian gritted her teeth and nodded. Seeing this, Lin Ling was satisfied and didn't make things difficult for them anymore. He also wanted to enter the Black Gold Castle. Chapter 36-37. Activate Black Gold Castle. Therefore, Lin Ling's domineering arrival intimidated everyone. Although it angered many people, it also made many people pay more attention to Lin Ling. Go and watch him. Don't let him do anything. Princess Tian whispered to Master Lin Ling. She then smiled at Lin Ling and said, Sir Lin Ling, you may begin. It had to be said that this woman was truly an ambitious and ruthless person. A moment ago, she was baring her fangs at Lin Ling, and in the next moment, she was able to shake hands and make peace. She was truly amazing. However, Lin Ling looked at Princess Tian indifferently. He didn't say a word and looked lazy. Sir Lin Ling, what is the meaning of this? Princess Tian frowned. Give me the money. If I open the Black Gold Castle and you renege on your debt, won't I suffer a loss? Lin Ling shook his head as if he was the boss. If you don't have enough money, I won't open the Black Gold Castle. Think about it yourselves. You. Princess Heaven was so angry that she exploded. No matter how infuriated the crowd was, they almost exploded. Ningbo Tao grimaced in pain. Lin Ling, damn it. Who do you think we are? Everyone, take out your imperial crystals. Princess Tian suppressed her anger and said to everyone. Everyone began to take out 100 million monarch crystals. However, their faces were filled with pain because 100 million monarch crystals wasn't a small amount. He's really lucky. He's only going to open the Black Gold Castle, and he's charging 100 million royal crystals. Yeah, and I reckon that even if we don't pay, he will open it anyway, because he wants to go in himself. Damn it, seeing his calm face makes me feel uncomfortable. Many people gritted their teeth and said. Who can lend me 50 million royal crystals? I only need 50 million. Some people also went around borrowing money and looked at Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling would make an exception. I don't accept IOUs. Lin Ling immediately replied indifferently, which immediately made that person's face turn gloomy. On the other hand, Lin Ling was extremely happy. After receiving this large amount of royal crystals, he had enough cultivation resources to break through and even open the 6th Dantian. Next, his goal was to find treasures that could increase his chances of breaking through. After a long while, the students of the Snow Wind Academy also arrived. Seeing this lively scene, all of them were dumbfounded. What was going on? Then, they hurriedly inquired about it. When they heard the answer, they were all shocked. 100 million royal crystals per person. With so many people here, Lin Ling was going to make a fortune. Lin Ling was ruthless enough. They all looked at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling also saw them. He suddenly laughed and said loudly, "Wind Snow Academy's people are free." Fuck. Everyone roared. Of course, there were even more people who were jealous and couldn't wait to be a member of the Snow Wind Academy. It seems that being Lin Ling's friend is also a great benefit. Some people were whispering and talking, looking at Lin Ling. There was a hint of flattery in their eyes. Without a doubt, such a situation infuriated Kagura and the others. It wasn't easy for them to borrow the prestige of the new Heavenly Court and other great influences to make the powerhouses of the various academies target Lin Ling. But, Lin Ling's extortion immediately bought over the hearts of many people. "Brother, do you have money on you? Lend me some money." Seeing that the people of the Snow Wind Academy were free, someone immediately walked over with a smile. These people obviously did not have 100 million royal crystals on them. "It's you, Luda." Tian Ao and the others were stunned and immediately laughed. "No problem, the interest is 1 million royal crystals per day." Evil. Just like Lin Ling's evil heart. Of course, they were cursing in their hearts, but on the surface, they still had to show a polite smile. After all, the Black Gold Castle was the core of this floor. There were countless opportunities, and they did not want to miss it. Moreover, if they could use 100 million royal crystals to exchange for a breakthrough in talent, it was worth it. "No problem, Brother Tian Ao, this favor, we will remember it." Some experts who did not have enough money on them immediately nodded in agreement. The path of martial arts was a process of burning money. This point was clear to all of them. The entire Black Gold Castle was becoming more and more lively. Ningbo Tao, Kagura and the others looked at Lin Ling coldly. Lin Ling was right in front of them, but they did not dare to kill him. This feeling of being neither superior nor inferior made them extremely uncomfortable. "Ningbo Tao, how strong is this Lin Ling?" Kagura suddenly looked at Ningbo Tao and asked. "Very strong, but a little weaker than me. I underestimated him before." Ningbo Tao immediately said. "Weaker than you is enough, I am confident that I can kill him." Kagura nodded coldly. "Unfortunately, I don't know where the Killer Emperor went, otherwise, Lin Ling would be dead for sure." Ningbo Tao also agreed. "Don't worry, the Killer Emperor Senior will definitely come, Lin Ling will definitely die in the Black Gold Castle." They had no idea that the Killer Emperor was already dead. And those who knew were preparing the 100 million royal crystals at this moment. They forgot to mention this matter for a while. After a long time, Princess Tian handed over several rings to Lin Ling, full of royal crystals. Even Princess Tian was shocked by the amount of royal crystals, and she was extremely jealous. Lin Ling actually earned so much just by opening the Black Gold Castle. Why didn't this guy rob? Unfortunately, although she was jealous and unwilling, no one here could open the Black Gold Castle. So, even if they knew that Lin Ling was cheating them, they could only swallow their anger. Lin Ling took the rings and put them away without even looking at them. "I don't need to look at the amount of royal crystals because I believe in your character, you won't be stingy." Bullshit. Everyone was stunned, and then they roared in their hearts. Because Lin Ling had been watching them gather the money, he was naturally relieved. Then, Lin Ling walked towards the Black Gold Castle, but Master Yin Yu immediately followed him. Obviously, he was afraid that Lin Ling would do something to the Black Gold Castle. Lin Ling looked at him disdainfully. "With your experience, even if I did something, you won't be able to see through it." His tone and attitude were full of contempt. Master Yin was a supreme golden rune world spiritist, and a mere Lin Ling dared to talk to him in such a tone? Master Yin was so angry that his beard was blown up. He snorted, "You're courting death, trash." "Trash, who are you talking about?" Lin Ling didn't even look at him. "Trash is talking about you." "Trash." Master Yin recalled how he was beaten up by Lin Ling not long ago, so he shouted in anger. However, as soon as he finished cursing, silence filled the air. Then, laughter could be heard. Elder Yin stared in shock, as if he had suddenly realized something. "Trash is talking about you? Does this mean that he, Master Yin, is trash? You tricked me." Master Yin's hatred for Lin Ling had reached the sky. "You're just stupid. Trash." Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't even look at him from the beginning to the end. Rumble. Chapter 36-38. A mysterious space. Master Lin Ling was stunned. Previously, he was arguing with Lin Ling, so he did not see how Lin Ling opened the entrance. Without a doubt, he had been tricked. What a cunning fellow. He knew that Master Yin had a lot of opinions about him, so he purposely used words to provoke him, causing the master to misunderstand how the entrance opened. Princess Tian frowned, and her evaluation of Lin Ling rose a few notches. This Lin Ling seemed to be insolent, but in reality, he was meticulous, courageous, and resourceful. This kind of opponent was the most difficult to deal with. However, compared to the thoughts of Princess Tian and the others, everyone was overjoyed at this moment. Because the Black Gold Castle had been opened. Although this Lin Ling was extremely detestable, it was undeniable that he did have some ability. "I've already said that with your experience, even if I did something, how would you be able to tell?" As for Lin Ling, he walked past Grandmaster Yin and headed toward Yu and the others, leaving behind the world spiritist deity who was trembling in anger. Whoosh! The door of the Black Gold Castle opened, as if it had been sealed for thousands of years. The wind that blew out was extremely cold, causing people to shiver. However, they couldn't care less. They couldn't wait to rush into the Black Gold Castle to find their own fortune. Where there was danger, there would naturally be opportunities. They were the strongest experts in the history of the 9 regions and the 10,000 realms. How could they be afraid of danger? Moreover, they also knew that in this vast world, if they wanted to obtain something, they would have to pay a price. Go! I didn't expect that after so many twists and turns in the Academy's mission this time, we would actually encounter such a fortuitous encounter. If I can find a great fortune in the Black Gold Castle, I will also soar into the sky. I will be able to trample on opponents who were as strong as me in the past. Many people's eyes were brimming with fighting spirit. They felt that the 100 million royal crystals they had spent was worth it. Lin Ling glanced at the experts who entered one after another and shook his head. He held Yu and the others' hands and walked toward the door. Princess Tian and the others glared angrily at Lin Ling, but they didn't want to miss anything, so they immediately entered through the door. They planned to settle their grudge with Lin Ling in the Black Gold Castle. A bunch of idiots. Lin Ling naturally knew their murderous intentions. He shook his head disdainfully. From the beginning to the end, he was only afraid of the god of assassins. "Lin Ling, can we follow you?" "Lin Ling, bring me along." At this time, the Wind Snow Academy's students were all rushing towards Lin Ling. "Sure, but you all have your own opportunities. Therefore, I can only bring you along for a while. The rest is up to you." Lin Ling looked at Tianao, Luo Wuchang, Zhuang Zhenming and the others and said. The coldness on his face had also changed and became amiable. He was such a person. If it was an enemy, he would attack madly. If it was a friend, he would also be intimate with them. Thank you, thank you. Hehe, the students of the other academies are so envious. They say that it is our fortune to be able to meet Lin Ling. I think so too. Zhuang Yanming and the others laughed and were grateful to Lin Ling in their hearts. Fairy Xian Yen and the others looked at Lin Ling with admiration. They didn't even dare to look at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. He had already led Yu Yu and the others forward. The ancient black gold castle was like a mountain, sitting on the ground. It didn't look big, but everyone knew that it must be vast and boundless. Sure enough, when Lin Ling and the others entered, a strange feeling appeared around them. The surroundings were pitch black, and with their strength, they couldn't see anything. Ka. Moreover, everyone noticed that their limbs and the surface of their bodies seemed to be wrapped by something. What is this? Tianao subconsciously wanted to resist, but Lin Ling stopped him. This is the black gold armor. Everyone who enters this place has to wear it. Speaking of which, it is actually a kind of black gold dust that floats around. It will follow you, and when it gathers enough, it will form an armor. This armor will suppress your strength, at least by half. What? Then we can't wear this armor. Luo Wuchang immediately said and then tried to shake off the armor around his body. No! Lin Ling yelled, without the black gold armor, it will attract more danger. But with the black gold armor, it can become a part of the black gold castle and protect itself. Luo Wuchang, what nonsense are you talking about? Whatever Lin Ling says is the truth. Someone immediately reprimanded Luo Wuchang. Luo Wuchang immediately nodded and allowed the strange dust to cover his body. He then realized that his body had become heavier and the speed of his boundary essence had slowed down a lot. His defense, speed, and attack had all been weakened. His strength had indeed been reduced by half. Get lost, what the hell is this? However, in the dark space, there were people from other academies, so no one reminded them. When they noticed that something was wrong with their bodies, they immediately resisted and shook off the black gold dust. However, as soon as they shook off the dust, the person let out a painful cry. No. Moreover, such a cry could be heard from every corner. Obviously, there were many people who were as impulsive as him. Of course, many people were also very cautious and did not resist. In the end, they managed to escape. Brother Ling, what happened? Yu Yu asked curiously. Because they had been in a pitch-black space and couldn't see anything, Yu Yu was very puzzled. Of course, the others were also confused. They were forcefully submerged by the black gold armor. If you want to give an example, it would be a metal wall. 2 walls would drown a person, and the person inside the wall would be deader than dead. This is because without the black gold armor, the black gold castle would attack them. Lin Ling said lightly. Fortunately, you reminded me before. Lin Ling, I, Luo Wuchang, owe you my life. I told you that following Lin Ling was the right choice. Everyone felt that they had survived a disaster, but someone asked, Lin Ling, how do you know so much? Someone told me. Lin Ling said casually. In fact, whether it was opening the black gold castle or appearing in this space, he had already faced it. Therefore, how could he not be familiar with it? For now, everyone just needs to stand still. We seem to be motionless, but in fact, we have been moving forward. Next, Lin Ling reminded them again. In the other directions, Princess Heaven and the others were also extremely flustered at the beginning. However, after a few people died, they also calmed down. It was as if they were drifting with the tide, quietly standing there without moving. Chapter 36-39. The Tao of Metal. Everyone looked around and realized that they were in a strange space. There were metal walls flowing around them like water, bringing them forward. And in this vast space, there were martial artists all around. It was likely that everyone was in this space, moving forward. Kiki, it's been a long time since someone came. But at this moment, metallic objects swam out of the flowing metal walls. They looked like ghosts, but they were somewhat different. This, what the hell is this? Like birds startled by the twang of a bow, the crowd was once again greatly alarmed. After that, a large number of experts died because those ghost-like things actually surged into their bodies and forcefully devoured their souls. The surrounding experts had their strength suppressed by half, and they were in this strange space. How could they resist? They could only die one after another. Tian Ao and the rest saw with their own eyes that there was a strong cultivator from the academy who died not far away. They were immediately terrified. As the saying goes, unknown dangers are the most terrifying. Right now, they had personally experienced this feeling. Don't look them in the eye, and you can pass through here unharmed. At this time, Lin Ling also reminded him. Sure enough, as long as they didn't look into the eyes of the ghosts, they wouldn't be able to see them. Lin Ling, what are these things? After traveling safely for a long time, Luo Wuchang asked curiously. Because they were all experts, and they'd seen countless things like ghosts. They'd even wandered through hell a few times, but it was the first time they'd seen such a terrifying thing. They are actually humans. Lin Ling looked ahead and said indifferently, it's the people who died in the Black Gold Castle in the past. I don't know when this 8 gods heavenly palace existed, maybe it existed during the era of gods, so from the era of gods, as long as one died in the Black Gold Castle, they would turn into monsters like before. To be honest, it's the product of the fusion of a ghost and the Black Gold Castle. It looks like a soul, but it's actually a kind of metal. And there are many, many of them. There are saints, martial ancestors, and even martial gods. Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone's expression changed drastically. There are martial gods too? As far as they were concerned, martial gods were invincible existences. However, the martial god realm expert had died here as well. Moreover, he had turned into something that was neither human nor ghost. That's not strange. Lin Ling smiled and said faintly, as the saying goes, a family has its rules, a country has its laws, and so does the Black Gold Castle. No matter how strong a warrior is, as long as he is in the world of the Black Gold Castle, he must abide by the rules of the Black Gold Castle. If he violates the rules, even the martial god will die. Similarly, since we're in the void, we also have to abide by the rules of this void. If you violate them, no matter how powerful you are or how mysterious your origins are, you'll be suppressed by the rules. And the purpose of martial artists practicing martial arts is to break these rules, to surpass the constraints of the universe and create their own rules. Lin Ling's voice was extremely clear in the quiet space, but it also carried a mysterious melody. Everyone's heart trembled. Tian Ao's eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately closed his eyes. At this moment, his martial arts comprehension seemed to have brightened up. Some things that he couldn't figure out before were suddenly solved. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ling excitedly. He said, Lin Ling, thank you. Wow, Tian Ao, you've broken through, and your talent has broken through. Beside him, Luo Wuchang said enviously. Hehe, it's all thanks to Lin Ling's help. Tian Ao said modestly. Every martial artist has their own heart knot. Some heart knot is very simple, but for others, it is very difficult. Some heart knot is very difficult, but for others, it is very simple. You were able to break through, this is your opportunity, nothing more. Lin Ling smiled and felt happy for Tian Ao. When Fairy Xian Yen and the others heard Lin Ling's words, their admiration for him grew stronger. Lin Ling was about the same age as them, but his style of doing things and his knowledge were hundreds of times better than theirs. What a magical man. Okay, we're here. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. At the same time, a dazzling light spot appeared in front of them, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Everyone was like a small boat, drifting with the waves and disappearing into the light spot. Clang, clang, clang. The next moment, a strong force hit them, and they fell from the sky. However, when they hit the ground, there was a crisp sound of metal colliding. More and more people fell, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. As time passed, those who fell gradually got used to it, and then they looked around. The first thing they noticed was that the people around them were wearing heavy armor made of black gold, and they were all standing on a black metal road. The road was about 10 meters wide, and it was narrower in some places, and wider in others. Looking beyond the road, there was a void, and they could vaguely see a metal wall in the distance. It was extremely strange. What the hell is that? An expert frowned and flew out of the road. However, before he could fly out for 10 meters, the wall in the distance started to wriggle like the stomach of a beast, swallowing him whole. That person's fate was probably to become one of the souls in the black gold castle. How terrifying! Everyone finally understood how terrifying the black gold castle was. That was because they had just arrived, but many people had already died. Only the trash will be eliminated. However, there were also people who sneered coldly as they walked along the road. The others did not dare to act rashly. However, when they saw that person walking further and further away, they also followed suit. Among them, Princess Tian roughly swept her gaze over everyone, and in the end, her gaze landed on Lin Ling. She did not say anything and also set off. Ningbo Tao, Kagura, Wangu Qianji, and the others followed suit. Although Ningbo Tao and the others wanted to make a move on Lin Ling, they felt that it was better not to do anything in this strange place. As the people around them continued to walk forward, there were fewer and fewer people left. As for Lin Ling, he was still looking at the mysterious wall, and his eyes were flickering. Lin Ling, you are a half-step to martial god. Can they jump out of the road? Tian Ao and the others were also looking at the road, and Luo Wuchang asked curiously. Even martial gods will die. Lin Ling smiled and said. Then, he led Yu and the others forward. Damn it! This is indeed not a place for humans. Chapter 3640. It was even faster than the collapse. No one knew where this road led to. As people walked on it, the sound of metal colliding could be heard, giving people a strange feeling. Because the surroundings of the main road were too quiet, as if there were many gods and devils from the era of gods staring at them. Boom! 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 But at this moment, a violent rumbling sound came from behind, causing everyone to stop in their tracks. They couldn't help but turn around in confusion. But because of the mysterious smoke on the road, they couldn't see clearly what was happening. Brother Ling. What's wrong? Xian Yuangu held Lin Ling's hand and asked anxiously. Lin Ling shook his head. Even though Li Xiaoyao had explored the castle of black gold, it was a huge place. It was impossible for Li Xiaoyao to walk through every path. At least, Li Xiaoyao hadn't walked on this road yet. Suddenly, Lin Ling's face changed. His soul power had found something. Because this place was very mysterious, it could affect all kinds of martial artists, including any kind of vision, but it couldn't affect soul power. So Lin Ling's soul power found that the road behind them was collapsing, and it was spreading towards them. Go, let's go now. Without saying anything else, Lin Ling brought Yu and the rest and ran forward immediately. Without a doubt, if they fell from here, there would only be one result, and that was to be swallowed by the metal walls. Seeing Lin Ling speed up, some people laughed in disdain. Coward, have you forgotten the dust that you encountered when you first entered the Black Gold Castle? Some people were impulsive and shook off the metal dust around their bodies. In the end, they were obliterated. So, you have to be calm. Yeah, I thought this Lin Ling had some skills, but in the end, he was too impulsive. Looking at Lin Ling walking past them, some of the experts who were confident in themselves laughed and said. But this kind of laughter didn't last long. Damn, the road is collapsing. Immediately, someone shouted anxiously from behind. Hearing those words, the people's faces changed. Their previous calmness disappeared, and they rushed forward crazily like cats whose tails were stepped on. Some of the more timid and nervous martial artists were so scared that they peed their pants. They ran while peeing. This was even more embarrassing than Lin Ling and the others. Because they knew that if they fell into the void, then the only outcome would be death. Run. Don't block the way. Fuck, why are you in a daze? It's fine if you're in a daze, but you're blocking my way. You're asking me what happened? Go and see for yourself. Get out of the way. At the moment of death, no matter how strong a martial artist was, they would still be nervous and make mistakes. This also caused chaos on the main road. But behind them, the rumbling continued. Gradually, they caught up with Princess Tian and the others who were at the front. Ningbo Tao and the others frowned. After hearing the explanation of the person who came, their faces changed greatly. Not far away, Lin Ling had already led the people from the Snow Wind Academy past them, leaving them in the dust. Bastard! Ningbo Tao and the others did not want to lose their lives here, so they also ran wildly. However, everyone was wearing heavy armor, so their speed was not fast at all. Instead, because of the crazy consumption of their boundary essence, they were all panting like cows. Lin Ling naturally noticed this, and he could not help but frown. Because if this continued, even if they did not fall into the void, they would be exhausted to death. Therefore, Lin Ling quietly spread out his soul power to check the scene of the collapse behind him. So that's how it is. A moment later, Lin Ling smiled and said to Yu Yu and the others, "Take your time, just follow me." Yu Yu and the others were stunned, but they all slowed down. As for Tian Ao and the others, they did the same. At first, they were the fastest, but gradually, they were overtaken by the people behind. When those people saw Lin Ling and the others, they all laughed gloatingly. "Lin Ling, why aren't you running anymore?" Ningbo Tao and Kagura's speed was not slow, and they leaped past Lin Ling and the others. "I'm not running anymore, I can't run anymore," Lin Ling said to himself. "Ha ha ha, then wait to fall into the void and be swallowed by those metal walls. This young master will not wait for you, goodbye." Ningbo Tao seemed to be elated, and he led the others and ran away confidently. In just an incense stick's worth of time, they disappeared. Looking around, a large number of experts passed by Lin Ling and the others, which made Tian Ao and the others worried. Tian Ao could not help but ask in confusion, "Lin Ling, why aren't we running anymore? If we fall into the void, we will all die. How long have you been running? Didn't you notice that in this black gold castle, the recovery speed of boundary essence is 100 times slower than outside? Moreover, with this huge armor, after running for half a day, our boundary essence will be exhausted." Lin Ling smiled and said, "What if there's another danger ahead, or a treasure? With our exhausted appearance, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything. We know this, but saving our lives is more important," Luo Wuchang said with a frown. "Hee, of course, saving our lives is more important, so we just need to be faster than the speed of the collapse. I've seen it before, the speed of the collapse is regular, one time is 300 boundary essence, the next time is 20 boundary essence, and the fastest time is 400 boundary essence, so you just need to follow me, I can guarantee that the collapsed road will always be behind us," Lin Ling explained. "Wow, Lin Ling, you're too awesome, in such a desperate situation, you can still detect the speed of the collapse. Admirable, admirable. Moreover, how did you see the situation behind us? My talent is related to my eyes, but I can't see the situation behind us, as if there's too much metal dust in the air, blocking my vision," Tian Ao and the others said in shock, looking at Lin Ling with even more admiration. "This point, we'll talk about it later, now let's rest and walk. Who has wine? Take it out for me to drink." Lin Ling shrugged and said. "Brother Lin Ling, I have it." "Me too, drink mine." Everyone scrambled to serve the wine. Tian Ao suddenly thought of something and suddenly laughed out loud. Ningbo Tao and the others ran very fast before, but how long can they last with this huge turtle shell on their backs? Speaking of this, I'm so happy, if there's a chance later, I'll see how tired they are. Luo Wuchang could also imagine the miserable scene of Ningbo Tao and the others, laughing so hard that his stomach almost hurt. It wouldn't be long before a large number of people lying on the ground appeared in front of them, each of them exhausted and could only crawl on the ground. In addition to wearing heavy armor, they definitely looked like turtles from afar. Chapter 36-41 Tian Ji's Horse Racing. After a few hours, many people began to appear in front of Lin Ling. They were wearing armor and sitting on the ground, resting. They were gasping for breath. Although they all had recovery pills on them, the golden black armor was too heavy. Adding on the fact that the recovery of world energy was slow, they were all exhausted. Moreover, world energy was only a part of the reason. There was also energy and mental energy, which were the hardest to recover. Those who were not weak were already crawling on the ground like turtles. Wind Snow Academy's students? Why are they fine? Also, look at them. They don't look like they are running away. They look like they are shopping. Many people were shocked when they saw Lin Ling and the rest. Someone who was familiar with Tian Ao asked, Tian Ao, you are walking so slowly. How can you be fine? We only need to be faster than the collapsing speed. That's enough. Why do you need to run so fast? Aren't you tired? Tian Ao smiled proudly and said, but you better walk faster. The back is starting to collapse. In less than an incense stick's time, you will reach here. That works too. Is this the so-called sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting wood? These Wind Snow Academy's people are too powerful. They even noticed us. But I think it's Lin Ling's work again. I envy Tian Ao and the rest. Many people nodded their heads in realization. They were running half dead, half alive, while Lin Ling and the rest were sightseeing. How could they not be jealous? Ignoring the crowd's surprise, Lin Ling and the others continued to move forward. More and more people on both sides of the road saw them. Some of the people who had a grudge against Lin Ling were not only envious, they were so angry that their livers hurt. Lin Ling, look! It's Ningbo Tao and the rest. Tian Ao suddenly pointed to the front. In front of him, Ningbo Tao, Kagura, Princess Tian, Wuxia Xianxia, and the others were also resting. Their bodies were drenched in sweat, and they looked extremely miserable. This black gold castle is truly terrifying. It actually formed a set of rules, and everyone has to follow them. Otherwise, they'll be attacked by the black gold castle. That's right. So far, quite a few people have died. Trash, what's the use of not dying? They talked while resting. Ningbo Tao took a deep breath and said with a sneer, I didn't expect that the great Lin Ling would die in the castle of black gold. It's really sad. But if he is still alive, I want to fight with him for 300 rounds and let him know the gap between us. When he said this, he was undoubtedly extremely proud, as if he had defeated Lin Ling himself. Since that's the case, why don't we fight here? However, just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. Everyone's pupils constricted, and when they turned around, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. Because Lin Ling was walking over with a large group of people from Wind Snow Academy. Not only did he look fine, but he was also trembling in spirit. Looking at them, they were all as tired as dogs, which formed a huge contrast. Lin Ling, why aren't you dead? Kagura let out an angry voice. She really couldn't bear it anymore. The shock and displeasure in her heart had reached the sky. Kagura-san, Lin Ling and the others have been maintaining the speed of collapse by a little, so they didn't consume much energy at all. Not far away, someone immediately answered Kagura and the others. Hearing this, Kagura and the others were all stunned. Looking at their own miserable appearance, they were so angry that their bodies trembled. Tian Ao suddenly laughed, and then added insult to injury, "Hee. Some people are too impatient when they encounter trouble, and lack of calmness when they encounter trouble." Lack of calmness when they encounter trouble? Isn't he talking about Kagura and the others? Even Princess Tian was scolding them. Most importantly, Tian Ao was only an expert of Shen Hall, who gave him the courage. However, even so, Kagura and the others could only be angry, but they didn't dare to attack at all, because their current state was not suitable for fighting at all. Therefore, Lin Ling also said indifferently, "Ningbo Tao, didn't you want to show me the gap between us before? Come and fight." Ningbo Tao opened his mouth, not because he was afraid of Lin Ling, but because Lin Ling was trembling in spirit, and he was as tired as a dog. How could he fight? Immediately, he lowered his head, not daring to look at Lin Ling. Trash. Seeing this, Lin Ling immediately laughed sarcastically, and led Yu and the others to easily pass Ningbo Tao and the others. On the way, they met a strong expert who was sitting on the road, resting. Lin Ling kicked him out. "Good dog, don't block the road." This person was from the Duan family. Being kicked like a dog, he was furious. He wanted to stand up and take revenge, but the armor on his body was too heavy. In addition, he was exhausted. So when he stood up halfway, he fell to the ground with a plop. He was like a big turtle. "Ha ha ha, is this a tortoise or a turtle?" Seeing that person's sorry state, Tian Ao and the others laughed even more happily. Even Lin Ling laughed loudly, and looked at Ningbo Tao and the others, and said jokingly, "You guys take your time to rest, the collapse is coming, just wait to fall into the void. I won't wait for you guys, goodbye." Goodbye. Wasn't this what Ningbo Tao said before? Now, Lin Ling returned it to them. Hearing this, Ningbo Tao was stunned for a whole incense's time, and because of anger, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Princess Tian frowned at Lin Ling. This guy is really cunning. Cunning. She knew that the current situation between them and Lin Ling was like a race. At the start, they had used all their strength, and although they were fast, they didn't have enough stamina. On the other hand, Lin Ling was slow at the start, but he had more stamina. That was also the reason why they were overtaken by Lin Ling. Of course, the most important reason was that when they were in danger, they didn't check anything, and only thought about escaping. On the other hand, Lin Ling was able to calmly check and find their weaknesses. If they were as calm as Lin Ling, they wouldn't be as tired as dogs right now. Rumble. After resting for 3 incense sticks' time, the collapse behind them reached the end. At that moment, everyone also carried their armor and moved forward like tortoises. When they looked at Lin Ling and the others, they saw that they were already far away, and they were roasting meat and drinking wine by the side of the road. When everyone rushed over and saw this scene, their eyes turned red with envy. "This guy is really in a good mood," Wangu Qianji praised with a smile. Beside him, Ningbo Tao said coldly, "Arrogant fellow, if we really want to kill him, why don't we work together?" The people walking beside him were Princess Tian, Wangu Wuji, Kagura, Wu Feiming, and Duan Feihong. None of them were Lin Ling's friends, and most of them were his enemies. No. Chapter 36-42. Twilight of the Gods. These words caused the eyes of Duan Feihong and the others to light up, and they immediately nodded. Even though they had enmity with Lin Ling, the treasures were obviously more important. Damn it! Seeing that his plan had failed, Ningbo Tao was even more upset. While they were talking, in fact, Lin Ling was also looking at them. He even guessed what they were thinking. His eyes quietly shone. Could it be that the god of assassins was hiding among Princess Tian and the others? Ningbo Tao and Kagura definitely weren't from the Duan family. Could it be that they were from the Duan family? Or Princess Tian? Perhaps, Longyang, who had been silent all this time, was also a possibility. Secretly shaking his head, Lin Ling suddenly smiled and said, "Princess Tian, why don't we work together? I will lead you forward and remind you of the taboos that will appear." Of course. Princess Tian's eyes flashed, and she nodded. She had wanted to rely on Lin Ling's help. That's good. The road ahead is a bit troublesome. Do you see the stones on the ground? Those are black gold ghosts, their strength is not bad. Most importantly, there are too many of them, so I'll have to trouble Princess Tian to get rid of these black gold ghosts. Lin Ling said as he took a bite of the barbecue. Hearing those words, everyone turned to look at the road ahead. Indeed, there were quite a few millstone-sized rocks lying quietly on the road. However, people gradually came to their senses. No wonder Lin Ling was barbecuing meat and drinking wine. It turned out that he didn't want to do any work and wanted them to do manual labor. Most importantly, they had just run all the way here and were as tired as dogs, but now they had to open up a path. Of course. Princess Tian's face was also full of blue veins. How could she not know what Lin Ling was thinking? However, even if she knew that Lin Ling was taking advantage of them, they could only swallow their broken teeth into their stomachs. This person was utterly devoid of conscience. The students of the various academies were secretly cursing Lin Ling, but in order to move forward, they could only follow Lin Ling's instructions and open up a path. As for the rocks on the ground, they looked like black metal from afar. When someone approached, they immediately grew limbs and attacked like puppets. These black gold ghosts were fast, their defenses were high, and their attacks were also strong. Killing one would require a lot of effort, and this was also the reason why Lin Ling did not move forward and instead waited for everyone. Because, he really did not want to waste his own realm essence. Of course, not only was the black gold ghost's attack and defense abnormal, it also had a special characteristic, which was that it was not afraid of death. Even if it had to risk its body being smashed to pieces, it would still bring harm to its opponent. This also caused quite a number of experts to be injured. However, the number of experts was even greater. In the end, they still managed to clear the path. Looking at the large number of casualties, the expressions of Princess Tian and the others turned grave, and they became even more serious about the Black Gold Castle. Lin Ling smiled and didn't hide anything. He explained, "These metallic stone men are actually people. They were people who entered the Black Gold Castle in the past. In the end, they were swallowed by the Black Gold Castle. Their souls entered the Black Gold Castle and turned into these monsters. Of course, these people weren't strong when they were alive. They were only in the Saint realm." Saint stage? Everyone's expression changed. The Saint stage had already caused countless martial progenitors to be injured. What if the metallic stone men were in the martial progenitor realm? "Lin Ling, do you know what this Black Gold Castle is?" Princess Tian couldn't help but ask. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone looked at Lin Ling. After entering this place, they realized that even though they had great strength, everything was not going smoothly. This Black Gold Castle was terrifying. It was comparable to the 9 continents' 7 great forbidden lands. However, this was only one of the floors of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Hearing this, Lin Ling calmly scanned the crowd and said word by word, "Tomb of the Gods." Chi chi. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Tomb of the Gods. Did this mean that this was the ancient Tomb of the Gods? Moreover, it wasn't just one god, but many gods. This made them curious. Just what was the origin of this master of the 8 gods' heavenly palace? Princess Tian looked deeply into the distance, then smiled at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling, can you lead the way now?" "Yes." Lin Ling nodded. He also looked into the distance and felt a familiar aura. He immediately smiled and said, "After suffering, the sweetness begins. We've finally reached that place. Dusk of the Gods. Yes. Dusk of the Gods. Yes." Everyone's eyes narrowed as they continued to follow Lin Ling. The road ahead was even more ancient. The ground was still made of black gold, but because they seemed to have reached a new section, the collapse behind them had stopped. On both sides of the road, there were large amounts of floating stone statues. Upon closer inspection, they were all stone statues of people, and they were very lifelike. Some of them were laughing, some were crying, some were merciful, and some were ferocious. There were all kinds of strange expressions. Ah! Staring at these stone statues, some people were startled. This is the dusk of the gods? Princess Tian thought of Lin Ling's words and couldn't help but ask in a serious tone. Everyone's hearts trembled. Could it be that these stone statues were all alive? You're right. These stone statues are all alive. Moreover, when they were alive, the weakest was an expert of the martial god realm. At this moment, Lin Ling confirmed their thoughts. His words made everyone frown. Look, other than the stone statues, there are many other things around them. Someone suddenly exclaimed. They saw many treasures floating around the stone statues. There were divine swords, divine shields, ancient bronze cauldrons, ancient umbrellas, and even some spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs that they had never seen before. This meant that these treasures were left behind by experts of the martial god realm. At this moment, everyone's eyes burned with greed. Some of the more impulsive ones even took the risk. He saw an exquisite jade pagoda the size of a palm and then flew off the road. Everyone was shocked. Most importantly, this person was a handsome young man. He was also an expert of the god ranking and could be considered one of the stronger ones among the group. Someone immediately shouted, "Wu Wen, you're courting death. This pagoda belongs to my Wu family. That stone statue belongs to the Wu family's ancestor." The young man replied coldly. As he got closer to the floating stone statue, he became more and more excited. Wu family's ancestor. Many people frowned. That young man was the son of a duke in the final world. His father's name was Duanren Emperor. Who would have thought that their ancestor would die here? No wonder that young man was so agitated. And this young man probably wanted to bring back their Wu family's treasures. At this point, the young man's palm was about to touch the exquisite jade pagoda. Ka ka ka. But at this time, the walls around him distorted and swallowed the young man whole. No! The young man screamed in fear. Unfortunately, it was useless as he was swallowed whole. Everyone was dumbfounded. A moment later, a strange soul flew out from the flowing black gold walls and swam towards the distance. That should be Wu Wen. Someone muttered anxiously. No one said a word, but they already knew the answer in their hearts. It seemed like although there were many treasures around them, they could only be seen but not taken. Chapter 36-43. You have a problem with that? Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he tried to deduce what had happened. The stone statue that Wu Wen went to was about 20 meters away from the main road. Wu Wen's speed was 600 worlds, but the moment he touched the stone statue, the black gold wall appeared. This means that if you want to get the treasure in the stone statue, you have to surpass Wu Wen's speed. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the stone statues in the distance. There were a few treasures that caught his eye. One was a small bronze cauldron. Lin Ling knew what that small cauldron was. It was called the godly Emtishimi cauldron. It was a precious treasure. It was said that if anything was thrown into the cauldron, as long as time passed, it would turn into an emperor crystal. It could be called a treasure bowl. Another was a black dragon's soul. This was something even more precious than a dragon's soul. The last one was a seemingly ordinary herb. This divine herb was called the good and evil two-faced herb, and it was of great help to Lin Ling. This was because this spiritual herb could increase Lin Ling's chances of breaking through by 20%. In addition to the divine elixir from before, it was a full 50%. However, these three treasures were all more than 20 meters away from each other. Shaking his head, Lin Ling gave up completely. Yu and Xian Yuangu also took a fancy to some treasures, but they also gave up in the end. There were many treasures around, and they were all extremely ancient existences. It was obviously difficult to suppress the greed in their hearts and restrain themselves. Some experts almost rushed out several times when they saw treasures that suited them. However, after biting their tongues, they were stimulated by the pain and finally restrained themselves. After walking like this for an hour, the stone statues on both sides of the main road increased. Some of the stone statues were very far away, but some were very close. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. 5 meters away from the main road, a statue of a Buddha was floating there. A jade box was floating around his body. When the jade box was opened, there were 9 exquisite fruits lying inside. On the other side was a set of scriptures. The scriptures were thick and heavy, and seemed to be divided into 6 sets. Brother Ling, that's the Heart Sutra of Permitha. It's the Buddha God's great canon. Currently, the sutra that's being passed down in the 9 prefectures is the first set of incomplete sutra. Xian Yuangu immediately said to Lin Ling. She had a page of the scripture, so she knew a lot. Moreover, there were quite a few people who were interested in the scriptures. After all, there were quite a few people who cultivated the Buddha God martial arts. The Buddha God martial arts were vast and could cleanse one's world origin. It was one of the best cultivation methods. Lin Ling nodded. His soul force spread out and he began to speculate. While he was calculating, there were a few people who were ready to make a move. However, they were afraid of the black gold ancient wall and did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, Lin Ling moved. He used talent fusion and shot forward. This guy wants money more than his life. Everyone was shocked to see someone flying off the main road. Especially after seeing Lin Ling, the roar in their hearts became even stronger. Princess Tian and the others also saw Lin Ling. Ningbo Tao, Kagura and the others sneered. They could not wait for Lin Ling to be swallowed by the black gold ancient wall. However, Lin Ling's speed was very fast. Moreover, he had calculated the time. After using the speed of 900 worlds and obtaining the 2 treasures, he immediately retreated. When he arrived at the main road, the black gold ancient wall had just started to wriggle. Everything seemed simple, but it was actually extremely dangerous. When Lin Ling arrived at the main road, everyone's heart trembled. Some people who had a grudge against Lin Ling cursed in their hearts. Lin Ling had taken advantage of them again. How brave! Some people who had no grudge against Lin Ling secretly praised him. Treasures of heaven and earth belong to those who see them. Let's think about how to divide them. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. That's the spatialization fruit. It can increase one's chances of breaking through to the martial ancestor realm. Consuming 9 fruits will increase one's chances of breaking through to the martial ancestor realm by 10%. Lin Ling, we have a lot of people here. How about sharing it with everyone? The Paramitha Heart Sutra belongs to you. A few people walked out excitedly. Obviously, these treasures were what they wanted. Among them, a man was the most excited. He seemed to have been searching for these treasures for many years. He said calmly, Lin Ling, you don't have any objections, right? Objections my ass. However, after Lin Ling kept the treasures, he looked coldly at the man and threw a punch without saying anything. Then, he threw a few more punches and sent those people flying off the main road. If you can come back, I don't have any objections. Lin Ling said calmly at the same time. He controlled the strength of his punch very well. It allowed those people to reach the Buddha statue, but they did not have Lin Ling's terrifying speed. When they tried to come back, they were swallowed by the black gold ancient wall. Junior brother. Senior brother Lu. Those who were familiar with those people shouted and looked angrily at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had killed their senior brother. Why? Do you have any objections? Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and looked at them calmly. Previously, those people had wanted his treasures, and Lin Ling had given them a chance to go on an adventure. If they could return alive, Lin Ling would share the treasures with them. If they couldn't do it, what right did they have to ask? Of course, the others did not think so. They all thought that Lin Ling was too overbearing. Wu Feiming took a step forward and said coldly, "You killed my junior brother." "No, it was greed that killed your junior brother." Lin Ling looked at him indifferently and replied coldly. The crowd was secretly surprised. They did not expect that one of them was Wu Feiming's junior brother. No wonder he was so arrogant. Wu Feiming was also one of the people who had 8 keys. He was also one of the 9 prefecture's 10 evils, so he was not weak. "No matter what you say, you killed my junior brother." Wu Feiming's face was extremely cold. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and said calmly, "I killed him." "So what? You're not convinced?" After saying this, he took a step forward and condensed the power of the 9,000 realms on his fist. He threw a punch at Wu Feiming. How arrogant! He attacked without saying anything. This made many people unhappy. They secretly hoped that Wu Feiming could defeat Lin Ling. However, Wu Feiming's pupils changed and became strange. Suddenly, a straw man appeared in front of him. Bang! The terrifying thing was that Lin Ling's punch, which was originally aimed at Wu Feiming, seemed to have been changed by some rules. It was aimed at the straw man. What a powerful move. This guy's strength is probably stronger than Lin Ling. It was the first time for many people to see this move. They were shocked. Because Wu Feiming's move could change the trajectory of Lin Ling's attack. This meant that Wu Feiming was stronger than Lin Ling. Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He realized that Wu Feiming was similar to his steps of God, which also used the world to attack the enemy. The difference was that Wu Feiming's strength was not as strong as his steps of wisdom. Boom! Lin Ling's fist did not stop. He attacked like a monster. The straw man had just become bigger when it was immediately smashed by Lin Ling's punch. The withered grass scattered on the ground. Chapter 36-44. Fatal Temptation. Wu Feiming's brows twitched and something exploded in front of him. Smoke filled the air and another straw doll appeared. This straw doll had a smile on its face and it looked a little creepy. Bang! However, the straw doll that had just appeared was destroyed by Lin Ling once again. Lin Ling's fist didn't stop there and he punched Wu Feiming once again. Boom! Another straw doll was destroyed. After a dozen rounds, Wu Feiming's face finally changed. Even though Lin Ling's attack trajectory would be changed by his straw dolls, Lin Ling could destroy all of them. Previously, he had asked Lin Ling to see how much he could destroy. In truth, Lin Ling had also asked him to see how much he could block. The number of straw dolls he had was decreasing. One had to know that these straw dolls were made from the witch's hair and they were a type of goo. The process of making them was extremely troublesome. However, all of them had been destroyed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, don't touch him. The road ahead might be dangerous, and we need everyone's strength to face it together. At this time, someone shouted anxiously. It was Wuxia Xianxia. He quickly added, "My younger brother, Wuxia Wuji, mentioned you to me before." Wuxia Wuji was currently training with Sakura and the others. He was also one of Lin Ling's friends. Lin Ling had to give him face. Hence, Lin Ling retracted his fist and kicked out. His foot landed on Wu Feiming's chest and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Wu Feiming spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back. At least he wasn't killed by Lin Ling. I'll give Wangu Wuji some face and let this matter rest. Lin Ling said domineeringly. He looked at Wu Feiming and said with disdain, "You dare to stop me with that little bit of strength? You're like an egg hitting a rock." Pooh! Wu Feiming spat out another mouthful of blood when he heard Huang Xiaolong's words. His face turned pale from the humiliation. "Here, I'll also tell you a rule. You can listen to it or not, but if you're killed by me, don't blame the heavens and the earth." Lin Ling looked at everyone with contempt. "I don't care what grudges you have, but the treasures you obtained belong to you. If others try to snatch them, kill them without mercy." With that, Lin Ling led Yu Yu and the others forward. He didn't even bother to say an extra word of nonsense, nor did he bother to explain. In any case, Lin Ling had already explained. If they couldn't understand, then they shouldn't blame Lin Ling for being heartless. Does this guy think he's the boss? Princess Tian. Seeing the rampant Lin Ling, everyone was unhappy. He killed people in front of them, and now there was a rule. If this wasn't the boss, then what was? Princess Tian's face didn't look good either. Logically speaking, her status was the highest, but Lin Ling didn't care about her at all. However, she wasn't sure how far the road was, or what they would encounter along the way, so she could only let Lin Ling be arrogant. As for Ningbo Tao and Kagura, they narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling. His evaluation of Lin Ling went up another notch. Wu Feiming's strength isn't weak, and he's mysterious. Lin Ling can easily suppress him. It seems that we've underestimated his strength. This Lin Ling can't be allowed to do whatever he wants. We must find a way to kill him, and for safety's sake, it's best if we work together. Yes, it's best to call Wu Feiming together. The three of them should be able to kill Lin Ling if they work together. They whispered to each other, their eyes full of murderous intent. This was because as Lin Ling continued to display his strength, they began to feel the pressure increasing. Then, the crowd moved forward again. With Lin Ling's first experiment, many people became confident and rushed out of the stone statue. Unfortunately, they didn't have Lin Ling's calculation ability, so those who rushed out mostly died. If they wanted to rush out of the main road to seize the stone statue's treasures, first, speed. Second, soul power calculation. Most of them didn't have these 2 points. Even if they had speed, they didn't have soul power calculation. Sometimes, some people even tried to seize the stone statue's treasures, but in the end, they died. However, when it was Lin Ling's turn, he easily seized those treasures. The same stone statue, but different people tried to seize it, but the outcome was completely different. It was impossible for them not to be envious of him. Because until now, only Lin Ling had gained something. Look at that. After walking for a long time, a strange stone statue suddenly appeared on the side of the road. It was more like a person than a stone statue. In the eyes of Tian Ao and the others, it was an extremely beautiful classical beauty, absolutely beautiful and out of this world. She sat there quietly, gently stroking the pipa, and the melodious sound of the pipa could be heard. She was so beautiful that it took one's breath away and shook the mortal world. She was like a goddess that had fallen from the 9 heavens. Her beautiful face was like flawless jade, as if it had gone through the most perfect carving. However, there was also a kind of hazy feeling. Every frown and smile gave people a fatal shock. In the eyes of everyone, she was the most perfect image. Even Ningbo Tao, Kagura and the rest were attracted. At the same time, Princess Tian, Fairy Xin Yen and the rest were the same. It was as if the stone statue had a fatal charm. If there was an exception, it would be those who were married and had families of their own. What did you do? Those people were extremely confused. That's just a stone statue, why are you acting like that? Another person pulled his junior brother and said. In his eyes, that was not a classical beauty, but a statue. Well, I don't know why either, but I feel that she's too beautiful, and she's calling me over. Someone immediately replied. He was completely captivated. However, beside him, someone immediately gave him a slap to wake him up. Are you crazy? If you dare to leave the main road, you'll definitely die. I know, but I can't resist that charm. Even though that person was awake, he still had the urge to leave the main road. And it was not only the men, even the women were the same. Because in the eyes of the women, that was not a peerless beauty, but a handsome, the most perfect man in the world. Especially for Fairy Xianxia and the other women, the man in front of them was actually Lin Ling. Therefore, they all had the urge to leave the main road and travel the world with Lin Ling. On the other hand, Lin Ling and Yu were fine. Because the partner they yearned for the most in their hearts was actually by their side, so they were not tempted. Looks like that stone statue is not simple. Lin Ling stared into the distance and muttered. He guessed that the stone statue could dig out the yearning in people's hearts and increase the temptation, making people unable to control themselves. And the people here were all top experts, and their martial hearts had been tempered thousands of times, but they were still tempted. This showed how powerful that stone statue's charm was. Wake up, all of you. If you leave the main road, only death awaits you. Then, Lin Ling used his soul power to form a voice that appeared in the minds of Fairy Xianxia and the rest. Chapter 36:45. What a brutal kick. It was especially so for Fairy Xianxia and the others. Only now did they realize that Lin Ling was right beside them. Hence, the speed at which they woke up was even faster. On the other hand, Tianao and the rest were still a little addicted. Even though they knew that it was fake, they still had the urge to rush over. Tian Ao, Luo Wucheng, are the two of you inferior to women? His willpower is so weak. Lin Ling shouted angrily. Only then did Tian Ao and the others come to their senses. Tian Ao and the others immediately felt embarrassed. They said to Fairy Xianxia and the others, "Why did you wake up so quickly? What did you see?" Hearing this, Fairy Xianxia and the others blushed and didn't say anything. They were too embarrassed to say that the person they saw was Lin Ling. Beautiful, so beautiful that it's strange. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. Yeah, I'm afraid I'll be mesmerized again. Everyone gradually came to their senses. Then, they felt a wave of lingering fear. If it weren't for the fact that they had more people and could warn each other, they would have definitely been tricked. Therefore, they left one after another. However, Lin Ling didn't leave because he saw the stalk of spiritual grass beside the stone statue. This was a spiritual grass that could increase the chances of breaking through by 20%. Currently, Lin Ling had obtained many treasures. However, he had only obtained 9 spiritual fruits for the treasures he needed to break through. He had to get it. This was because Lin Ling no longer lacked cultivation resources. He only lacked the east wind. You guys go first. Lin Ling said to Tian Ao and the others. Lin Ling, don't tell me you're thinking of going there. Tian Ao and the others were shocked. Even Yu and the others were the same. Of course, they didn't believe that Lin Ling would be mesmerized by the stone sculpture. It should be the treasure beside the stone sculpture that attracted Lin Ling. However, this stone sculpture was a little far away. It would be difficult to obtain those treasures. The people who were already leaving were all stunned when they heard Lin Ling's words. Isn't this guy's martial heart a little too weak? That's right, I'm really surprised because everyone else has given up, but this guy is still unrepentant and insists on going there. Pervert. Many people misunderstood that Lin Ling had been bewitched by her beauty. Kagura and the others even stopped in their tracks and had mocking expressions on their faces. If Lin Ling were to die under her beauty, would this news cause a sensation in the final world? Lin Ling, lust can lead to a knife. Although that woman is really beautiful, but Tian Ao could not bear to see Lin Ling throw his life away. He could not help but advise him again. Unfortunately, Lin Ling warned Yu and the others and then shot towards the stone sculpture. Fuck, he really wants a beauty more than his life. Tian Ao and Luo Wuchang were surprised. Lin Ling's speed was very fast, but the stone sculpture was 40 meters away from the main road. This meant that Lin Ling could only reach the stone sculpture and could not return. Because at that time, the black gold ancient wall was already squirming. So fast. Many people saw Lin Ling's speed for the first time and could not help but be shocked. He's only at the sage stage. If he reaches the martial ancestor stage, his strength will be even stronger. Everyone was even more curious about Lin Ling's talent. At that moment, Lin Ling was very close to the stone sculpture. Moreover, the black gold ancient wall around him had begun to change. This meant that Lin Ling's time was getting shorter and shorter. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. In everyone's eyes, the classical beauty who was sitting and playing the zither suddenly stood up and smiled at Lin Ling. This smile was truly enchanting. Not to mention Lin Ling, even the powerhouses on the main road were mesmerized by it. Even some old monks were moved. Indeed, that smile of hers possessed a bewitching charm. Only a few people were still calm and knew that Lin Ling's situation was not good. That was because the black gold ancient wall had already appeared behind Lin Ling. It was like a flood that drowned Lin Ling. Lin Ling was facing the classical beauty's smile. How could he resist it? Even if he was stunned for a moment, it was enough for Lin Ling to be devoured. At that moment, the new heavenly court, Flying Dragon organization, and the Duan family laughed. Although they thought that Lin Ling was definitely going to die every time, Lin Ling was still safe and sound. However, this time, they firmly believed that Lin Ling was definitely going to die. Above the void of the abyss, there was no one before him and no one after him. How could he not die? However, Lin Ling, who was in mid-air, revealed a mocking smile. Not only did he not stop, but he even sped up. Just like that, he charged toward the stone sculpture and reached it. Everyone was dumbfounded. Not close to women? Or was there a problem with Lin Ling's sexual orientation? However, Lin Ling already had a wife. He was a proper man. Of course, not only were they dumbfounded, even the classical beauty was dumbfounded. Just as Lin Ling touched the stone sculpture, the surrounding scene immediately changed. A small garden appeared. There was a small bamboo pavilion and a stone sculpture in the garden. The area was also about 10 meters. Lin Ling was standing at the edge of the garden. This time, everyone was shocked. There was actually another space? The classical beauty was also shocked. However, she quickly smiled and slowly undid her gown, revealing her snow-white skin. This action immediately made the men roar in their hearts. Blood almost spurted out from their noses. They even hoped that time would speed up so that they could see everything they wanted to see. However, Lin Ling smiled contemptuously. Very beautiful indeed. Indeed. He did not slow down. He rushed in front of the woman and kicked out. Moreover, he did not want to kick, but instead, he kicked her face. The beauty let out a cry of surprise and was immediately sent flying. Everyone on the road was dumbfounded. Lin Ling was too ferocious. This guy is actually so ruthless. Kagura cursed with jealousy. If he had the chance to get close to such a classical beauty, he would definitely hold her hand and admire the moon and the flowers. However, Lin Ling kicked her. Moreover, he did not kick anywhere but her face. Fuck. Shio. But at this time, the flying woman suddenly turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared without a trace. On the contrary, in the bamboo pavilion, a cage was placed there. Inside the cage was a pure white small marten. At this moment, the small marten was angrily looking at Lin Ling. Garden, bamboo pavilion, cage, small marten. Everyone was stunned. Then, they understood that they were all deceived by the small marten. And they could also be deceived. This showed how powerful the small marten was. Divine beast, it is definitely a divine beast. However, in the divine beast catalogue, only the tear-eroding dream marten is recorded. It is the strongest marten divine beast. Moreover, according to the catalogue, the tear-eroding dream marten is colorful. Yes. Yes, white marten, I have never seen it before. Everyone immediately began to discuss spiritedly. Moreover, from another point of view, all the martial god realm experts would be turned into stone statues here. However, the white marten was safe and sound. This also showed how extraordinary it was. What a beautiful small marten. Lord Lin Ling, please bring it here. Chapter 36-46. Giant Ghost. However, Lin Ling did not care about her at all. Therefore, she cried and begged Yu, Aunt Yu, please help me, please persuade Lord Lin Ling. Sigh. Princess Tian saw this scene and gritted her teeth. She knew that the sword was extraordinary, but with Lin Ling, the sword was a servant, and Lin Ling had become its master. She could not understand how a mere Lin Ling could make a lesser deity sword treat him as its master. Brother Ling. Sigh. At this moment, Yu also shouted. In fact, even without the sky-devouring beast's reminder, Yu and the rest were already attracted to the little white mink. After all, a cute white object was fatally attractive to women. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Since his wife had spoken, he could only do as she said. He first looked behind him and found that the black gold ancient wall had disappeared. He could not help but secretly feel lucky. In fact, when he was in the future garden, his soul power had already detected that this stone sculpture was not simple. It seemed to have a place to stay. That was why he was so desperate. After all, with his speed, he could only reach the stone sculpture and could not go back. Fortunately, Lin Ling had made the right bet. There was a garden here. Who are you? Why are you not tempted by me? The white mink in the cage shouted angrily. Hee, little white, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Have you forgotten me? Lin Ling smiled faintly and walked towards the bamboo pavilion. You know me? The white mink was puzzled. Of course. Otherwise, why would I come here? Lin Ling said with a smile. Lin Ling indeed knew this little white mink. When Li Xiaoyao was on this level, he had met it before. It had stolen one of Li Xiaoyao's treasures, infuriating Li Xiaoyao. However, the white mink was very fast, and Li Xiaoyao could not catch up. In the end, he could only give up on the treasure. However, because of this, Li Xiaoyao remembered the little white mink deeply. He did not expect that after so many years, the little white mink was actually still on the 5th level, and was not dead. This made Lin Ling have no choice but to take this little white marten seriously. It seemed that Li Xiaoyao had underestimated this little white sable. Who are you? Unfortunately, the little white mink still didn't recognize Lin Ling. Me? Lin Ling chuckled and suddenly grabbed the cage. Then, he shook it up and down crazily, causing the little white mink to vomit and have diarrhea as if it was sitting on a boat. Stealing my treasures? You must feel great, right? You didn't expect this. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too late. No, it should be 100,000 years. I've said it before. Don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll roast you and skin you to make shoes. Lin Ling laughed as he shook his head. The little white mink was shaken until it almost fainted. It kept spitting out things, but after hearing Lin Ling's words, its eyes lit up. It remembered. This was because even though it had stolen many treasures over the years, there was one person that left the deepest impression on it. That person was called Li Xiaoyao, and it had chased after him for 3 whole years. It was also because of this reason that it and Li Xiaoyao were very familiar with the 5th floor. At that time, Li Xiaoyao had also said that he would skin it to make shoes. Could it be him? God, why is this demon still alive? You remember now? Seeing the little white mink's frightened look, Lin Ling laughed loudly. The hatred that he had suppressed for so many years was finally paid off. On the main road, everyone stopped moving. They stared at Lin Ling with their mouths wide open. After all, everyone could see that the white mink was extraordinary. It was probably a deity from the era of deities, and should be respected. However, Lin Ling grabbed the cage and shook it up and down. He was treating the deity as a pet. This guy was too crazy. Spare me, spare me. The little white mink kept begging for mercy, and the fear in its eyes grew stronger. If you want me to spare your life, tell me, why didn't you turn into a stone statue? Also, who trapped you in the cage? Lin Ling said with a smile. As a matter of fact, he did not hold any grudge against the little white mink. Instead, he felt nostalgic. He had bullied it because he was excited to see an old friend. However, the little white mink's eyes flickered, and it did not dare to speak. Lin Ling also realized that something was not right. This little white mink was not simple. No martial progenitor could defeat it, and even the martial gods could not catch it. However, it seemed to be afraid of him. Lin Ling could not help but look at the stone statue behind him. The stone statue was extremely strange. It was a 3-headed, 6-armed, glaring King Kong. It was tall and had a skull necklace around its neck. Each of its arms was holding a weapon, and one would not dare to take a second look at it. Lin Ling stared at it in silence. His heart grew heavier. Suddenly, a loud explosion could be heard. In Lin Ling's eyes, he saw a boundless ocean surging toward him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the ocean was made of blood. Furthermore, countless demons were rushing toward him from the ocean, as if they were demons rushing out from the entrance of the underworld. Lin Ling's expression changed instantly. At that instant, he realized that he was extremely tiny, and could be torn apart at any time. He knew that he had been too careless. He should not have checked the stone statue. No, this is not a physical attack, but a soul attack. It was a matter of life and death. Lin Ling suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He immediately gathered all his soul energy and activated the step of wisdom. God's rank. A hoarse voice could be heard from the rolling ocean of blood. It was filled with great fear. Obviously, it did not expect a mere mortal to possess the God's rank. As soon as Lin Ling activated the step of wisdom, the ocean of blood collapsed as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Countless bloody skeletons fell from the sky. Countless gods and Buddhas floated up. However, cracks appeared on them, and they turned into boundless Buddhist light. The entrance of the underworld opened, and 360 reincarnations flew out. However, they all collapsed. In the end, everything disappeared. Instead, a fist-sized demon was trapped in Lin Ling's step of wisdom. This demon was extremely ferocious and had sharp fangs. Its body was thin and weak, as if it was a little demon that had escaped from the underworld. Lin Ling was stunned. He frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "I don't know." The demon raised its head and looked at Lin Ling with fear. After pondering for a moment, it said, "They call me the Giant Ghost." Giant Ghost? Lin Ling frowned. He had never heard of such a thing. However, in this place, even the martial god had been turned into a stone statue. Not only did this giant ghost not die, but it also had powerful soul energy. This showed that it was not simple. "Where did you come from?" "I don't know." "If you don't know, then don't blame me for being impolite." Lin Ling activated the step of wisdom and used the world to bind the giant ghost and refine it. The giant ghost was like a soul body. However, the step of wisdom had a significant effect on it. The giant ghost's body burned, and it was almost destroyed. Chapter 36-47. Eye of the Heavenly Wheel. Most importantly, although the giant ghost did not move, Lin Ling could sense a terrifying malice from it. This kind of ferocity was something Lin Ling had never seen before in his life. It was as grand as the ocean. However, this kind of ferocity was currently in a calm state. However, even though the giant ghost was about to be burned to ashes, it did not move. It just stood there quietly, and there was a trace of stubbornness in its eyes. It was as if it was stubborn about its origins. It was as if it had been here for thousands of years, not for anything, but to find its origins. Therefore, when Lin Ling asked who it was, it really did not know. Not knowing why, this kind of stubbornness made Lin Ling's heart tremble. He felt that this was a kind of madness, and also a kind of stubbornness. Moreover, this giant ghost had never begged for mercy from the start. It was just that it was extremely afraid of him. Thinking of this, Lin Ling suddenly did not want to kill this giant ghost. Because, Lin Ling was also a person with a temperament. He did not like to kill those kind of strong men, especially those who were open and honest, like Gang Lai Lai. Lin Ling immediately kept the stare of wisdom. The giant ghost was the size of a fist. It floated in the air and looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Lin Ling looked at it and found that this little evil spirit was quite interesting. He shook his head and did not say anything. He turned and left. He came to the side of the garden and then collected the things he needed. The divine grass that was collected was called the eight-faced good and evil grass. It was said that it grew with a god. With this, Lin Ling's chances of breaking through increased by another 20%. In addition to the elixir and the fruit from before, it was a full 70%. It had to be said that Lin Ling's breakthrough was really difficult. Looking at the people on the other side of the road, they were all very puzzled. Because, they could not see Lin Ling and the giant ghost clashing. They only saw Lin Ling standing in front of the stone statue, quietly and motionlessly. At this moment, the giant ghost suddenly floated over and the stone statue that belonged to it collapsed. Don't you want to take it away? The giant ghost glared fiercely at Lin Ling. However, it was only the size of a fist. Although it looked like an evil spirit, Lin Ling did not feel that it was ferocious. It's under my control. If you want to take it away, I'll teach you a way to control it. The giant ghost continued viciously. All right. Lin Ling thought of Yu's request and immediately nodded. Subsequently, a set of mysterious runes appeared in Lin Ling's mind. It was called the Blood Pact Technique. This blood contract technique was extremely powerful. It specialized in controlling divine beasts. Moreover, it was extremely mysterious. Every divine beast's blood contract technique was different. Meanwhile, the little white mink in the cage started to tremble as it looked at the giant ghost. At this moment, Lin Ling walked over and struck out with a mysterious talisman seal. His soul instantly had an additional feeling, as if it was connected to the little white mink by blood. A single thought from him could wipe out the little white mink's soul. The little white mink looked at Lin Ling with a look of reverence. Lin Ling had let it out. However, it did not dare to run away. This was because no matter where it ran to, a single thought from Lin Ling could kill it all the same. Therefore, it could only obediently follow Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately left the garden. However, just as he reached the edge, he immediately realized that there was a fist-sized ghost floating beside him. It was the giant ghost. Why are you following me? Lin Ling was a little amused. I feel that if I follow you, I'll be able to find out my origins. The giant ghost said fiercely. Are you that sure? Lin Ling asked. Because you're the first sage I've met who has a divine staircase. The giant ghost seemed to only have one expression, and that was viciousness. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and nodded. He could feel that the giant ghost did not have any ill intentions towards him. Although it was ferocious, he only needed to be wary of its hidden ferocity. Then, Lin Ling brought the two little monsters and flew towards the main road. "Master, hurry up." The little white mink was much more obedient. It pushed Lin Ling from behind, afraid that Lin Ling would be devoured by the black gold castle. This was because if Lin Ling died, the little white mink would definitely die too. A moment later, Lin Ling safely reached the main road. Everyone looked at him, their eyes filled with confusion. Lin Ling had returned safely. It seemed that he had obtained some treasure again. Everyone's eyes were red with envy. "Little white mink, come here." Princess Tian stared at the little white mink and immediately took out her treasure to tempt it. She knew that the little white mink was not simple. If she could tame it, it would definitely be a great help to her. Moreover, the little white mink was so cute that she felt that it was a good match for her. Unfortunately, the little white mink looked at her disdainfully and arrogantly raised its tail. Then, it walked towards Yu and the rest. "Don't go, little white mink. Whatever Lin Ling gave you, I gave you double, no, 10 times. Princess Tian shouted, her eyes red with anger. Unfortunately, the little white mink did not even look at her. It even quietly farted in her direction. Then, the group continued on their way. Along the way, they also encountered metal stone monsters. However, after the group worked together, they successfully defeated those metal stone monsters. During this process, Lin Ling would occasionally attack the stone statues by the side of the road to accumulate treasures. However, this time, with the help of the giant ghost and the little white mink, Lin Ling was much more convenient. As for the giant ghost, the group had also seen it. At first, they were a little curious, but gradually, they became numb to it. In fact, the giant ghost was too small. Although it looked ferocious, because of its small size, it gave people a feeling of cuteness. The strength of the giant ghost could not be detected by ordinary people at all. Therefore, they did not care about the giant ghost. Only Lin Ling knew that there was a terrifying sea of evil hidden in the giant ghost's body. After a long time, the road in front of them finally came to an end. Lin Ling also looked ahead and said, "We've reached the end. Next is the Eye of Heaven Wheel." At the end of the road was an endless abyss. In the abyss, a huge eye floated there, as if it could see all living things in the world. Seeing this, many people trembled in fear. In fact, the eye was too big, and it seemed to be alive. The things you need are under the huge eye. After passing through the eye, you will reach the core of the black gold castle. There are many treasures there. Lin Ling did not hide anything and said again. Hearing about treasures, the group finally became excited. All this time, they had not gained anything and could only watch as Lin Ling reaped a great harvest. Now, they finally got back their capital and interest. However, it's also very dangerous under the huge eye. It might even be more dangerous than the black gold path. Whether you will sink or rise depends on your luck. Lin Ling said and finally walked toward Yu and the others. Lin Ling, thank you for your reminder. However, I don't know if you can go down the huge eye first. At this time, Princess Tian smiled politely. Lin Ling knew that Princess Tian was afraid that he would tamper with it. However, he was going to go down anyway, so it was not a big deal. This was because there was a treasure under the huge eye that he was determined to get. That treasure was an elixir, the Eternal History Elixir. Of course, it was of a higher grade than the one Lin Ling had consumed. It was refined by a predecessor. If Lin Ling could get it, he would become a martial ancestor with an 80% chance of resurrection. Chapter 36-48. His luck was pretty good. Go, after the eye of the heavenly wheel is placed, we will be separated and look for our own opportunities. Therefore, I can't help you. Little white mink, follow Xiao Ning and protect her. Yu has the divine sword, and Gu has a large number of scriptures. They are enough to protect themselves. After we part ways, I'll look for you as soon as I find what I need. Lin Ling said to Yu and the others. Yu and the others immediately nodded. On the path of martial arts, Lin Ling couldn't protect them all the time. At some point, he still had to let them go on their own adventures. Even though Lin Ling was very worried, Lin Ling still endured it. Next, Lin Ling jumped down from the eye of the sky wheel. He knew that under the eye, it might be the place where he, Lin Ling, stepped into a new realm. Seeing Lin Ling jump down, everyone nodded and jumped down one after another. Brother Ling, be careful. Yu and the rest looked at each other and nodded as they watched Lin Ling disappear. Although they were separated from Lin Ling, they were not weak. Even Xiao Ning had the protection of the little white mink. That was why Lin Ling dared to leave without worry. Let's hope we're lucky enough to run into Lin Ling as soon as we go down. Kagura and the others' eyes turned icy cold. Lin Ling had been lucky enough to live for a very long time, but luck could not always accompany Lin Ling. After we go down, we may not be so lucky to encounter Lin Ling immediately. Moreover, it will be very difficult for us to kill Lin Ling in a one-on-one battle. Ningbo Tao frowned. I have 3 straw puppets here. Everyone, take them. When the time comes, follow the directions of the puppets and we will be able to gather together very quickly. Wu Fei Ming suddenly took out 3 palm-sized puppets that looked like grass-venomous insects. From the looks of it, the rest will depend on our luck to see if we can meet Lin Ling. The 3 of them looked at each other and jumped down. The heavenly princess and the rest were the same. The elder of the Duan clan, Duan Feihong, looked deeply at the giant eye vortex and said indifferently, winner takes all. It all depends on this moment. I hope there are good opportunities here. Senior Duan, don't worry. Since this is the core of the heavenly wheel, there are bound to be many rare treasures. Wangu Qianji was Huang Xiaolong was Huang Xiaolong's Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was Huang Xiaolong, and Huang Xiaolong's Huang Xiaolong, Huang Xiaolong, and the heavens. Lin Ling, I hope you can witness my glory with your own eyes. Huang Xiaolong, Huang Xiaolong, and Huang Xiaolong. Lin Ling passed through the huge eye and reappeared in a huge palace. The walls of the palace were made of black gold, and when one walked on it, there was a clear metallic sound. This is the real ancient castle. Lin Ling looked around and couldn't help but laugh. Then, he was a little puzzled. I remember that the elixir was with spiritual master Lu, and that old man died in the East District. I wonder where I am now. He knew that there was an old monster with a divine pill the last time he was here. However, he had already broken through to the martial ancestor realm, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Later, he saw that old monster die near the Eastern District. This is the Eastern District. A fierce voice sounded beside Huang Xiaolong. It was the giant ghost. You know? Lin Ling couldn't help but wonder. I've been here for a long time, so I know everything. I'm familiar with the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors. However, I can't leave this place. I've tried many times, but I failed in the end. It seems like only the heavenly steps can bring me out. The giant ghost said. No wonder you're relying on me. Oh right, don't tell me that you're planning to kill countless people after you leave this place. It's boring. I'm not interested in that. I just want to find the secret of the era of gods and find out where I came from. That's good. Try to suppress yourself. You should know that there's a terrifying force hidden in your body. It's an evil force. If it erupts, Jojo will definitely be drowned. Okay. Lin Ling and the giant ghost chatted as they walked. Since they were in the eastern district, Lin Ling didn't have to search for it. Moreover, as they went deeper, Lin Ling's memories became more and more familiar with the area. Clang! 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 Not long after Lin Ling left, an eye appeared in the sky. Then, 3 figures fell from the sky with a metallic sound. Here. The first person frowned. However, when he saw the person next to him, he was immediately overjoyed. Huh, Kagura, you're here too. Ningbo Tao, Wu Feiming, you're all here. It seems that we're lucky. We didn't get separated. Maybe God wants to take Lin Ling's life. That's why we're so lucky. The 3 of them stood up and couldn't help but speak excitedly. Wait, look, footprints. Suddenly, Wu Feiming frowned and said, no one has been here for a long time, so the ground is covered in dust. However, there are new footprints now. Someone must have been here just now. It's Lin Ling. I can sense his aura. He's not far away. Ningbo Tao suddenly said excitedly. Our luck is too good. Kagura found it unbelievable. Because not only were the 3 of them not separated, they were gathered together. Moreover, Lin Ling was not far away. It seemed that this was the will of God. Ha ha ha. Kagura couldn't help but laugh. However, she was interrupted by Ningbo Tao, don't alert him. Lin Ling is very cunning. If he notices us and escapes first, our efforts will be in vain. I really don't understand how you, Kagura, entered the Flying Dragon organization. You don't look like an assassin at all. But speaking of which, where did the Emperor of Assassins go? After entering the 8 Gods' heavenly palace, we haven't seen him again. Yeah, if the Emperor of Assassins is here, why do we need to work together? We can kill Lin Ling by relying on the Emperor of Assassins. Alright, let's talk less. Don't let Lin Ling notice us. The 3 of them continued to sense Lin Ling's aura. Moreover, they looked at the footprints on the ground and quietly approached Lin Ling. They were getting more and more excited. In fact, they had suffered too much from Lin Ling. When they thought of killing Lin Ling, they felt incomparably carefree. They hadn't even started killing, but they had already released half of their depression. I wonder if he will be surprised when he sees the 3 of us working together and appearing in front of him. Ningbo Tao suddenly said expectantly. He will definitely be surprised. Lin Ling seems to have stopped in front of the main hall. Suddenly, Wu Feiming frowned and said. Immediately, the 3 of them quickened their pace. Chapter 3649. 90% Confidence. This Lin Ling has brushed shoulders with the Grim Reaper time and time again. This time, we must make sure nothing goes wrong. Ningbo Tao shook his head and smiled in the black gold corridor leading to the main hall. Perhaps he felt that he could finally kill Lin Ling this time, so he sighed and recalled everything that had happened after he met Lin Ling. In the Starry Sky Forest, he represented the new heavenly court to seize the divine treasury and almost got it. However, Lin Ling appeared out of nowhere and brought the 9th God's Eye and the 9 States' 10 Evils, forcefully interrupting him and Duan Wuhan. At that time, he also met Lin Ling for the first time. However, the way he saw it, Lin Ling was just an ant that could be annihilated with a single finger. But now that he saw Lin Ling again, Lin Ling had grown to a terrifying level. He was not much weaker than Ningbo Tao, and Ningbo Tao even knew that Lin Ling might be stronger than him. It was just that Ningbo Tao did not want to admit it. If he did not kill such an opponent, there would be no place for Ningbo Tao to stand in the future. Kagura, how confident are you? Ningbo Tao looked at Kagura and asked. 70%. Kagura was also slightly excited. 80%. But Wu Feiming also shouted coldly. If Wu Feiming can prevent Lin Ling from escaping, I have a 90% chance. Ningbo Tao suddenly smiled, and his words caused Kagura and the others to stop. It seemed that Ningbo Tao was still hiding a trump card. Lin Ling can't escape because I have confidence that I can catch him, Wu Feiming immediately said. He was skilled in the Tao of Gu and was not weak in the art of chasing. Since Brother Feiming is so confident, this Lin Ling can't escape even if he grows wings. However, I'm curious as to why Brother Ningbo Tao is so confident. Kagura said casually, but her eyes were shining. Because she had heard that Ningbo Tao was an expert, and she was even weaker than Ningbo Tao. Kagura originally thought that she would eventually surpass Ningbo Tao, but now that Ningbo Tao said this, Kagura began to doubt herself. The reason why Ningbo Tao dared to say such a thing meant that Ningbo Tao's strength had definitely increased. That's because I'm currently ranked 451st on the divine ranking. Ningbo Tao didn't want to reveal his true strength, but he also knew that if the three of them joined forces to suppress Lin Ling, his strength would definitely explode, so he didn't hide it. As soon as he said this, Kagura and Wu Ziming gasped. They looked at Ningbo Tao with eyes full of shock. If I remember correctly, Brother Ningbo Tao was only ranked 459 on the divine list not long ago. Wu Ziming's voice changed. In such a short period of time, Ningbo Tao had risen 8 ranks in a row. His progress was truly terrifying. One had to know that the higher one's ranking was, the more stable it would be. Not to mention 8 ranks, even 1 rank higher would take 3 or even 10 years. It was hard to imagine that he would be able to surpass 8 in a row. I was just lucky. Seeing their surprise, Ningbo Tao immediately said calmly. Luck? Kagura secretly shook her head. He was currently ranked 460. Even if he was lucky, he couldn't rush into the top 50 in a short period of time. He couldn't help but feel dispirited. Ningbo Tao was indeed martial god Wen Tian's disciple. He was too powerful. Then we'll leave Lin Ling to you, Brother Ning. The two of us will be responsible for preventing Lin Ling from escaping and assist you. Kagura immediately said. Sure. Ningbo Tao nodded proudly. However, although his ranking had greatly increased, he also knew that Lin Ling wasn't weaker than him. This meant that Lin Ling's ranking on the divine list was also in the top 450. Just thinking about it made him feel terrified. Fortunately, Kagura and Wu Ziming were here to assist. With the three of them working together, Lin Ling would definitely die. After knowing Ningbo Tao's strength, Kagura and Wu Ziming's confidence increased greatly. They even believed that Ningbo Tao could kill Lin Ling in 3 moves. The three of them quickened their pace and finally stepped into the ancient black gold hall. The hall was huge. The walls and floor were all made of black gold. This caused the surroundings to be somewhat dark. Moreover, the silence was suffocating. Looking around, there seemed to be statues sitting in the darkness. They stood there motionlessly, giving people a feeling that they were alive. However, Ningbo Tao and the other two were experienced people. They weren't flustered at all. Kagura suddenly sneered, "This Lin Ling will probably be scared silly when he sees us. You guys are too slow." However, his words had just faded when a cold and indifferent voice resounded throughout the large hall, causing numerous echoes. As far as the eye could see, there was a black gold dragon throne at the front of the hall. A young man in a blue robe was sitting on the throne. He was as imposing as the black gold great emperor. Beside the young man was a fist-sized evil spirit. This scene made one feel as if they had come to the underworld. The blue-robed young man was the god of the underworld. Ningbo Tao and the other two were stunned. That unstoppable aura from before was also continuing to weaken at this moment. In fact, the blue-robed young man's appearance was too shocking. "The three of you have been chatting for so long, thinking about how to kill me. Don't you know that I've been waiting impatiently?" Lin Ling said indifferently in the main hall. Boom! Ningbo Tao and the other two's hearts roared. They thought that no one would know, but who knew that Lin Ling had been waiting for them for a long time. Lin Ling knew that they were coming to kill him, but he didn't run away. Could there be something fishy about this? Lin Ling, stop pretending to be mysterious. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Kagura shouted angrily. Lin Ling couldn't help but sneer. Kagura, speaking of which, I'm not familiar with you. I don't understand why you're always targeting me. Although there are many assassins in the Flying Dragon organization, not everyone has a grudge against me. Bullshit. Kagura's eyes turned red. Do you know that the first record in Snow Wind Academy belongs to me, Kagura? I, Kagura, am the #1 monster in the history of Snow Wind Academy. Who do you think you are? So that's how it is. Lin Ling nodded in realization. It seems that you're making things difficult for me for the sake of fame and fortune. I have to say, you're really courting death. Huh, it's not certain who's courting death. Kagura laughed loudly. Today, the three of us will join hands to suppress you. Brother Ning, please make your move, we'll help you. As soon as she finished speaking, Kagura erupted with all her realm essence. Wu Feiming did the same. Ningbo Tao glared at Lin Ling with resentment and erupted with all his strength. Countless sound waves pounced on Lin Ling. The entire black gold hall rumbled. Ningbo Tao didn't use his golden mace this time. Instead, he exploded with all his strength. Ancestral power. Talent. Realm essence. All of them reached the pinnacle. Moreover, his 4 heavenly ears locked onto Lin Ling. This time, he wanted to hear Lin Ling's thoughts. Ningbo Tao had the thunder sound ear, so he wanted to find Lin Ling's weakness. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would break his fist. Chapter 3650. What bad luck! How is this possible? Ningbo Tao roared in his mind. When martial artists fought, they would inevitably reveal their emotions. Ningbo Tao could hear these voices and even know how his opponent would react to his next attack. However, Lin Ling didn't hear anything. At the same time, Lin Ling's body began to turn black as if he was dyed in ink, giving off a chilling feeling. The reason why Ningbo Tao couldn't hear the voice in Lin Ling's mind was because Lin Ling didn't have a voice in his mind. Facing Ningbo Tao's attack, Lin Ling didn't think of any other way to resist. He only had one move. He clenched his dragon claw and punched out. Clean and direct, simple and violent. This was Lin Ling's inner voice. He didn't need to dodge or defend. He only needed to meet force with force. Rumble. The two powerhouses collided, and a terrifying shockwave erupted. Even Kagura and Natsuya, who were originally rushing forward, were somewhat unsteady. They originally wanted to help Ningbo Tao, but in front of them, a figure was suddenly sent flying backwards and smashed into the black gold ground. Clang! 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 Kagura and Shika's pupils trembled. They focused their eyes and saw that the one who flew out was Ningbo Tao. They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling again. They found that Lin Ling was still sitting in his chair, looking at them with disdain. Brother Ning. Kagura and Shika flew back and helped Ningbo Tao up. Moreover, their hearts were roaring, violently roaring. They thought that Ningbo Tao would be able to suppress Lin Ling in one move with his improved strength. Although Ningbo Tao was defeated by Lin Ling in one move last time, they thought it was because Ningbo Tao was careless. But now, Lin Ling was safe and sound. He didn't even move. Instead, Ningbo Tao was sent flying as if he couldn't withstand a single blow. Did this mean that Lin Ling was stronger than Ningbo Tao? Boom! 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 Something seemed to collapse in their hearts at this moment. Perhaps it was the pillar in their hearts that collapsed. When he looked at Ningbo Tao again, he was not so surprised, because he had always felt that Lin Ling was not much weaker than him. Of course, looking at it now, it wasn't that Lin Ling wasn't much weaker than him, but that he was much stronger than him. The three of you are idiots. At this moment, Lin Ling's disdainful voice sounded. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. You've only repelled Brother Ning. If the three of us join forces, you won't be a match for us. Kagura glared at Lin Ling and bellowed, the river flows east for 30 years, the river flows west for 30 years. Don't forget how the Killer Emperor suppressed you before you entered the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. Emperor of Assassins? Hearing this, Lin Ling suddenly laughed. It seems that you don't know. Your so-called King of Assassins has already been killed by me. The three of them were stunned. It must be fake. You lied to me. Kagura's heart exploded as she glared at Seiji. You're not qualified for me to lie to you. Lin Ling shook his head in disdain. A wine pot suddenly appeared in his hand. He took a sip and said, you should be very familiar with this wine pot. Wasn't that the wine pot of the Killer Emperor? At that time, Lin Ling had snatched it from Shenzhen. Later, during the Heroes' Assembly, the Killer Emperor had come for the wine pot. He had even mistaken Ningbo Tao for someone else and had beaten him up. The three of them had seen it with their own eyes. After that, the wine pot was taken back by the Killer Emperor. With the Killer Emperor's personality, it was impossible for him to hand over the wine pot again. Unless he was really dead and the wine pot was snatched by Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had killed a demigod realm martial artist with the strength of a sage? Thinking of this, Ningbo Tao and the other two shuddered. Let me tell you something else. Your brother Shenzhen also died in my hands. Lin Ling said again. His words made Kagura so angry that her face turned pale. However, Lin Ling didn't say anything else. He stood up, took a sip of wine, and strode toward the other exit. Where are you going? Wu Feiming frowned and said. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Lin Ling knew that they were here to kill him. Not only did he not run away, but he also waited for them. Moreover, the Killer Emperor seemed to have died in Lin Ling's hands. This meant that Lin Ling actually had the strength to kill the three of them. Of course, all of this could be fake. Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying and making an empty fort. For a moment, Wu Feiming's heart was filled with doubts. Of course I left. As for you guys, I have to say that you're really stupid. After coming in, you've been paying attention to me, but you didn't pay attention to the entire hall. Lin Ling didn't stop walking, and his contemptuous words floated out. At the same time, in the pitch-black hall, a murderous aura finally spread out. In the darkness, the motionless stone statues finally moved and slowly walked forward. These weren't stone sculptures at all, but gigantic dragon demons. These dragon demons were all at the martial ancestor realm, and there were many of them. Now you should know how the King of Assassins died. Just as Ningbo Tao and the other two's faces turned pale, Lin Ling's voice floated out again. The three of them were dumbfounded. They finally knew. It turned out that Lin Ling had hidden such an army of divine beasts. Ironically, they had thought that the three of them were lucky, but now it seemed that their luck was very bad. After Lin Ling stepped out of the hall, a terrifying battle broke out in the hall. The dragon demons attacked together, shaking the entire metal hall. However, Lin Ling didn't care at all and continued to walk forward. This was because he knew that Ningbo Tao and the other two couldn't stop the dragon demons. Sure enough, not long after, the dragon demons returned one after another, bringing with them a large number of treasures, which were taken from Ningbo Tao and the other two. As for Ningbo Tao and the other two, they were undoubtedly killed. Then, Lin Ling recalled the dragon demons into the dragon pearl. I didn't expect you to have such a dragon pearl. At this moment, the giant ghost, who had been floating nearby, looked at the dragon pearl and suddenly said. Is there anything strange about it? Lin Ling couldn't help but turn his head to look. In fact, This can also be called a type of dragon egg, but this kind of dragon egg is in the state of a dragon pearl at first. After 99,999 years, it will turn into an egg, and after another 10,000 years, it will give birth to a divine dragon. The divine dragon is the king of dragon pearls, so it's no small matter. Unfortunately, the dragon egg in your hand is broken, which is a pity. The giant ghost said fiercely. Lin Ling didn't expect the evil ghost to be so knowledgeable, so he immediately asked, "This dragon pearl needs a long time to turn into a dragon egg, right? During this process, no one can guarantee that the dragon pearl will successfully transform, right?" "That's true," the giant ghost said. "But sometimes, the world is fair. The longer you go through hardships, the more powerful the divine dragon will be after hatching a batch of dragon eggs. Then what's the use of this broken dragon pearl?" Chapter 3651. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Evil Spirit. Didn't you see it? The inside of the dragon pearl is a world of its own, which can be used to store all kinds of things. Otherwise, do you think those dragon demons would not be bored after being in the dragon pearl for so long? That's because it's actually a universal void world. So powerful? I really haven't checked it. However, those who possess the Dragon Ball fragments cannot enter that world because the world needs a core, and you are that core. That's why you can't enter the Dragon Ball. So that's how it is. However, I have as many as 3 of these Dragon Ball fragments. One of them is used to store the dragon demon. As for the other 2, I don't know what to store. As long as you have the Dragon Ball fragments, you don't have to be afraid that you won't have anything to store them. Moreover, you are in the Black Gold Castle. There are not many things here, but many ghosts. Lin Ling talked as he walked, searching for the divine pellet according to his memories. All of a sudden, he arrived at a black gold palace. Li Xiaoyao had been here before, which meant that he was getting closer and closer to the divine pellet. However, Lin Ling could see that the main hall was different from the past because there was a blue banner in the center of the main hall. The banner was emitting surging yin qi and ghost qi. Strange symbols were engraved on it, giving off an extremely evil feeling. Judging from the aura and symbols, Lin Ling had never seen it before, so he guessed that it should be something from the era of gods. Dark Cloud Flag. At this moment, the fist-sized giant ghost beside him said, "You'd better pull it out." Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was a bit cautious, but after thinking for a moment, he chose to believe in the giant ghost. Although the giant ghost was strange, it didn't seem to care about anything except his background. Therefore, it probably wouldn't harm him. Lin Ling immediately shot forward, wanting to pull out the evil flag. But at that moment, a rumbling sound came from above. Then, a large metal rock smashed down and blocked Lin Ling's path to the flag. After the metal rock smashed into the ground, it actually started to wriggle, and a terrifying aura quietly spread out. This made Lin Ling's expression change. He thought of the metallic stone men. Moreover, this metallic stone man was no small matter. It was even larger than the ones they saw on the main road. Ka ka ka. The metallic stone man gradually turned into a 5-meter-tall giant. However, it was more accurate to call it an evil spirit than a giant. It looked similar to a giant ghost. Its muscles were solid and had a metallic luster to them. It held a chain in its left hand and a huge fork in its right hand. Its head was as big as a millstone and its fangs were gleaming. It looked like a yiksha from the underworld. This demon most likely possesses the soul of a martial progenitor. Lin Ling knew that the birth of these evil spirits actually came from the souls of powerhouses. He should be an intermediate martial ancestor. Giant Ghost immediately corrected him. As he spoke, the evil spirit had already pounced over with a speed of 800 worlds. Seeing this, Lin Ling's body also quietly turned pitch black. Wisps of smoke spread out, and he also turned into a monster. At the same time, the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he ferociously slashed at the evil spirit that was pouncing at him. Clang! A deafening sound rang out. Lin Ling's dragon claws were numb from the impact. One should know that he had already used his realm essence. However, such a powerful force was reflected back. Looking at the evil spirit, the spear in its hand was cut in half by Lin Ling's sword. However, very quickly, the metal flowed like water and returned to the form of a spear. It can do that. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Whoosh! After the spear was restored, the evil spirit immediately stabbed at Lin Ling. At the same time, the chain in its other hand was also swung at Lin Ling. The two attacks, one from the left and one from the right, were accompanied by a merciless metallic luster. However, Lin Ling had rich combat experience. The tyrannical song sword in his hand vibrated and demonic chi spread out. 50% of the demonic sword stage was activated. It was even more ferocious than before. Clang! The chain immediately wrapped around Lin Ling's sword. At the same time, Lin Ling also swung his sword and blocked the giant ghost spear. So powerful! Wow! Lin Ling was even more shocked. This was only the soul of a middle-stage martial ancestor, but it was able to fight against his full strength. Little Kunlun! Lin Ling shouted. Vines shot out from his left arm and turned into an endless primitive forest that drowned the evil spirit. Cha! 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 The two sides were very close. The evil spirit was obviously unable to block Little Kunlun's attack. Little Kunlun's vines were like a saw, cutting the evil spirit piece by piece. However, the metal liquid merged again and soon turned into an evil spirit from the underworld. Furthermore, the evil spirit that had just been revived did not stop and pounced at Lin Ling again. Lin Ling's expression changed greatly. Little Kunlun had previously told him that Little Kunlun's extreme imprisoning divine rune was ineffective against it. One must know that God Emperor Zhang Gang had once said that the extreme imprisoning divine rune could imprison gods. Of course, there were other reasons why it was ineffective. First, Little Kunlun's extreme imprisoning divine rune was not fully cultivated. Second, the evil spirit had no talent at all. Or perhaps, both of these possibilities were possible. Illusory God world. Without thinking, Lin Ling took a step back and retreated. In mid-air, the dragon bow appeared and the Buddha god descends. Thousand Buddhas greeting. Countless dragon god arrows shot towards the evil spirit with the power of the Buddha god. Swoosh! Swoosh! This time, the effect was obvious. The evil spirit was riddled with holes and the recovery speed of the pierced areas slowed down. Indeed, Buddha could restrain evil spirits. However, although the effect was there, it could not kill the evil spirit. After all the arrows were shot, the evil spirit did not die at all. It continued to move forward and was not bewitched by Lin Ling's illusory god world. It headed straight for Lin Ling's real body. What kind of monster is this? Lin Ling became more and more shocked. Even a half-step martial god would not be able to do anything to such an evil spirit. This was only the soul of a mid-stage martial ancestor. What if it was the soul of a martial god? Lin Ling did not dare to imagine. Then, Lin Ling saw that the evil spirit was still moving forward. He activated the spacetime divine steel and the chaos eye. These two methods could not kill the evil spirit, but they could slow it down. At the same time, Lin Ling activated the nether sword and the 18 divine weapons shot out like butterflies, penetrating the ground and slashing at the evil spirit. Clang! 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 The evil spirit was cut in half again, but soon, the black gold quietly recovered and gradually merged. Go! Lin Ling pointed with his right hand and the 18 divine swords attacked again. Clang! Clang! However, this time, when the divine swords landed on the evil spirit, they could only produce dazzling sparks and could not cut it open. Fuck. Lin Ling's heart thumped. This evil spirit could continue to grow stronger. If Yu Yu's divine sword was here, perhaps it could be killed. In fact, the tyrannical Song sword could also do it, but it has not been activated yet. Lin Ling kept retreating and his face was extremely solemn. Boom. Chapter 3652. Ghost Sealing Technique. Fortunately, Lin Ling's speed had reached 900 worlds, which was slightly faster than the evil ghost. Therefore, his life was not in danger for the time being, but he could forget about advancing any further. Moreover, Lin Ling's innate talent fusion had a time limit. Although it lasted for a long time, it would be exhausted sooner or later. Therefore, the situation was somewhat unfavorable to Lin Ling. Currently, he only had two options. First, he had to leave before the innate talent fusion disappeared. 2. Charge forward with all your might. However, Lin Ling had a feeling that if he didn't pull out that flag, it would be useless even if he rushed forward. That evil spirit would keep chasing him. Damn it! Lin Ling was extremely depressed in his heart. He thought that in this 8 gods heavenly palace, the only one who could threaten him was the god of assassins. But now, it seemed that the Black Gold Castle could easily kill him. Last time, Li Xiaoyao also encountered a lot of danger, but he was not as embarrassed as this time. Most importantly, Li Xiaoyao had already reached the martial progenitor realm while Lin Ling was only at the peak martial saint realm. I can only use my final trump card. That power should be able to kill this monster. Lin Ling finally made up his mind. He also had some thoughts in his heart. In the final world, those powerhouses thought that they stood at the peak of the 9 provinces, but compared to the most ancient secret, they were nothing more than ants. Not to mention others, just a single evil spirit from the Black Gold Castle was enough to sweep through many experts in the final world. Steps of the gods. Lin Ling shouted. His soul force gushed out, forming an ancient throne of gods above his head. The light of wisdom spread out, forming a world and suppressing the evil spirits. Upon seeing that mysterious power, the metal-like evil spirit's eyes revealed a look of horror, and it quietly took a step back. This allowed Lin Ling to finally relax. The steps of God were effective. From the looks of it, the energy that he had learned from the ethereal tower was the foundation of all living beings, capable of suppressing all living beings. Rumble. Suppressed by the stairway of wisdom, the evil spirit instantly lay on the ground, its entire body trembling. Moreover, its entire body started to melt, gradually disappearing into the ground, fusing with the earth as one. Everything returned to normal. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally relaxed. What a difficult thing to deal with. If another one came, Lin Ling would have no choice but to turn around and leave. Without any further hesitation, Lin Ling hurriedly shot towards the flag. However, whatever he was afraid of, something was born. Just as Lin Ling was about to approach the flag, there was a rumbling sound above his head. Another huge metal rock fell down. After a loud boom, it turned into a huge metal demon in front of Lin Ling. This demon looked a little different. It had 3 heads, a tongue that was more than a meter long, and its fangs emitted a metallic luster. It was 10 meters tall. It was most likely an evil spirit transformed from a late-stage martial ancestor. Jia jia. It could even make a sound, as if a nighthawk was crying. Why are these evil spirits each more powerful than the other? Lin Ling's eyes shuddered as he subconsciously took a few steps backward. The evil spirit from before had the speed of 800 worlds. This one was definitely more than that. In other words, Lin Ling would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. The truth is, these evil spirits' weakness is that they are afraid of the forces of justice, Bodhi glow, etc. At that instant, the giant ghost that had been floating around Lin Ling spoke. Nonsense. Lin Ling cursed. How could he not know that? Even though the heavens and earth had a way of countering one another, when the power of evil was 10 times, or even 100 times stronger than the power of justice, the power of justice would pale in comparison. Even though Lin Ling had the dragon bow of the Arhat, it was obvious that he could not inflict any damage to the evil spirit. Its weakness is its soul. The giant ghost said once again. Nonsense. Lin Ling cursed again. He was well aware of that too. However, the evil spirit's soul was hidden inside the black gold, which was able to resist the invasion of Lin Ling's soul. He had already tried it before. If you use the great ghost sealing technique in your current soul power, you should be able to seal this evil spirit. The giant ghost's voice sounded again. This time, Lin Ling tilted his head and blinked. You mean you have a way to seal it? I do. The giant ghost said fiercely. However, Lin Ling knew that it was actually answering him calmly. Fuck. Lin Ling almost choked the giant ghost to death with his hands. If you have a way, why didn't you say so earlier? Despite being glared at by Lin Ling, the giant ghost continued to say fiercely, I thought you wanted to fight them, so I didn't say anything. Lin Ling. Since things had come to this, he immediately asked the giant ghost for advice. The giant ghost didn't hide anything either. It easily taught Lin Ling a set of mysterious sealing techniques. This sealing technique was similar to the one used to seal the little white mink, but it was more complicated. If not for Lin Ling's superb skills in the field of spirit formations, he would not have been able to learn it in a short period of time. After learning the sealing technique, Lin Ling's hands moved rapidly just as the evil spirit was about to pounce on him. In the end, he shouted majestically, seal. A strange energy surged out and wrapped around the evil spirit, causing it to let out a hideous and ear-piercing sound. Then, it gradually shrank until it turned into a fist-sized metal ball. Furthermore, it was floating in the air. This metal ball looked very beautiful, but Lin Ling knew that this fist-sized ball could easily take his life. Fortunately, he had agreed to let the giant ghost follow him. At the crucial moment, the giant ghost played its role. Otherwise, he would have already died in the netherworld. This metal ball belongs to the Black Gold Castle. It's impossible for others to take it away, just like the black gold armor we're wearing. It's a pity. Looking at the metal ball, Lin Ling could not help but sigh. He had seen the evil spirit's combat prowess with his own eyes. If it could become his bodyguard, that would be great. The Dark Cloud flag can take it away. However, at this moment, the giant ghost said again. Lin Ling could not help but blink his eyes as he looked at it. He discovered that the little thing's face was calm, as if it was talking about something very ordinary. However, Lin Ling's heart was pounding. If he brought such an evil spirit with him, wouldn't it be the same as bringing a half-step martial god with him? On top of that, he was the strongest half-martial god. Because the evil spirit was not afraid of any of his methods, it meant that it was stronger than the Emperor of Assassins. Then, can we use the Dark Cloud flag to control it? Lin Ling asked cautiously. Yes, but the ghost sealing technique can also control it. The giant ghost said fiercely. Fuck. Lin Ling had an impulse to beat the giant ghost up. It was such an important piece of information, and the giant ghost had said it last. He, Lin Ling, had fought with the evil spirit for nothing and exhausted all his strength. The Black Gold Castle's recovery speed was very slow. This meant that Lin Ling would need a long time to recover to his peak. Chapter 3653. Save Xiao Ning from the Northern District. Depressing, this giant ghost must be crazy. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He pulled out the flag and placed it into the Dragon Ball. Then, he threw the metal ball into the Dragon Ball as well. Only then did he slowly leave. However, although Lin Ling had expended a lot of energy, he had also obtained a powerful bodyguard. This made Lin Ling feel a little better. As they continued forward, they encountered two more evil spirits. However, they were much weaker than the previous one, so Lin Ling collected them as well. After a long time, he finally arrived at a secret room. The room was filled with dust, and there was a white skeleton corpse lying in the corner. The clothes on its body were all tattered. And this white bone was Daoist Master Lu. In the past, this person had some grudges with Li Xiaoyao, but now that he was dead, all the grudges were gone. Martial artists, if they cannot break through the shackles of heaven and earth, the result will still be a pile of yellow earth. Looking at the enemy from his previous life, Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. Immortal Lu was dead. Li Xiaoyao was still alive. It had to be said that this felt as if it was predestined. Although you and I had a grudge in the past, it was only a small grudge, and not a great grudge. Furthermore, you're already dead, so all of the grudges have disappeared. Thus, since we've encountered each other, I'll bury you. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He used the tyrannical song sword to dig up the black gold ground and buried the white skeleton inside. However, he had exhausted a lot of his strength, so digging a hole made him gasp for breath like an ox. Most importantly, the black gold ground was simply too hard. As for the treasures on spiritual Master Lu's body, most of them have already been eroded by the wind. After Lin Ling took the divine pill, he opened it to take a look. The pill was still in good condition. Therefore, he immediately swallowed it. With that, he would have 100% chance of ranking up to the martial progenitor realm, thus Lin Ling felt like the bitterness was finally over. Furthermore, there was an 80% chance of resurrection. This 1,000 years chronicle pill had such an effect. However, it was only suitable for breaking through to the saint realm. It could not revive those who died in other realms. I wonder how Yu and the others are doing. Hurry up and find them. After that, Lin Ling hurriedly left the East District. In reality, he should be looking for a place to recover his boundary essence. However, Lin Ling was worried about Yu and the others, so he could only recover while walking. However, although the recovery speed of his boundary essence was slow, the recovery speed of his physical body was not slow. Among them, his soul force was the fastest. This made Lin Ling feel somewhat gratified. The benefits of triple cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit were once again displayed. Yu and the others are actually in the Western District. Shao Ning is in the Northern District. Let's go to the Northern District first. A jade tablet appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He could roughly see everyone's movements. Right now, he was fully prepared, and he was just short of a breakthrough. However, the opportunity for a breakthrough had arrived. This required luck. Lin Ling felt that it would happen within the next 10 days. As for which day, Lin Ling wasn't too sure. Walking along the East District, Lin Ling also saw some experts from the academy. However, when they saw Lin Ling, they were extremely wary and took a detour. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. These guys were like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. In reality, although Lin Ling could defeat them now, it would not be easy. Unfortunately, those guys ran away on their own. Lin Ling. Just as he walked out of the East District, a few voices came from afar. Looking over, it was Tian Ao and Luo Wuchang. Moreover, Lin Ling's soul force sensed that their strength had greatly increased. Moreover, it was an increase in their talent. Without a doubt, they should be qualified to become the experts of the Divine Third Hall. Have you found your opportunity? Lin Ling smiled and walked forward. Yes, our luck is not bad. Both of them smiled excitedly and walked over quickly. 5th grade talent. Lin Ling also instantly sensed their changes and could not help but feel happy for them. 5th grade talent, speaking of which, except for the time and space divine steel, Lin Ling's other talents had not reached such a boundary. However, Lin Ling could fuse talents and superimpose the power of his talents, so he could instantly surpass them. Lin Ling, you're injured? Suddenly, Luo Wuchang frowned and looked at Lin Ling. I encountered a few monsters, so I used a lot of sector essence. Lin Ling immediately nodded. No wonder I couldn't sense any sector essence on you. Tian Ao suddenly said and then laughed. Don't worry, in this black gold castle, we will protect you until you recover your sector essence. Yes, this time, it's up to us to protect you. Luo Wuchang suddenly became excited. Both of them owed Lin Ling a favor. At this moment, when they saw that they could help Lin Ling, they were naturally overjoyed. Lin Ling did not refuse. It was indeed not suitable for him to waste his strength at this moment. After all, he had to be wary of the god of assassins. Moreover, he had a feeling that there would be a big battle coming up. Then, thank you both. Lin Ling quickly thanked them. Don't say that. You're treating us as outsiders. Next, where do you plan to go? Tian Ao waved his hand and said. To the North District. Lin Ling did not waste any more time. After he finished speaking, he immediately moved forward. In fact, although Lin Ling's sector essence was exhausted, his divine devil body still existed. His physical strength had recovered to 4,000 sector essence. Unless it was a celestial stairway expert on the divine list, he was not afraid of ordinary experts. The three of them hurried forward. However, as soon as they entered the North District, Lin Ling noticed Xiao Ning's trace and rushed towards him. This also made Lin Ling frown. Not long after, the figure of a young girl appeared in front of him. Lin Ling also noticed that the little white mink was not beside Xiao Ning. On the contrary, behind Xiao Ning, several men revealed a mocking smile and followed her step by step. They were as arrogant as they could be. Meanwhile, Xiao Ning bit her lips and charged forward with her head down. However, when she saw the figure in the distance, Xiao Ning smiled excitedly. She quickened her pace and rushed in front of Lin Ling. Uncle Lin. When she reached Lin Ling, Xiao Ning was panting heavily. It's okay. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the few people who were chasing Xiao Ning. Those few people were not strong. They were not on the divine list and were only experts of the divine third hall. When they saw Lin Ling, their faces changed drastically and they almost turned around and ran away. Kneel down and I'll give you a way out. However, Lin Ling said coldly. He believed that those few people knew about Xiao Ning's background. However, they still dared to touch Xiao Ning. This meant that they were doing it knowingly. Those few people's faces became paler. They were all afraid of Lin Ling. However, one of them suddenly frowned and looked at Lin Ling carefully. Only then did he realize that Lin Ling did not have any sector essence on him. This meant that Lin Ling was currently very, very weak. The reason for this was that Lin Ling must have been in a big battle not long ago and used up all his sector essence. He had seen many signs like this before. Chapter 36-54. The Mysterious Western District. The others narrowed their eyes and hurriedly checked. One of them even took out a crystal pearl to check Lin Ling's boundary essence. And in the end, they discovered that Lin Ling's boundary essence was very weak. Even though it was recovering, the speed was extremely slow. Lin Ling, how many days do you have? Kneel down and hand over your treasures, and I'll give you a chance to live. Those people began to roar and yell. Lin Ling, who didn't have any boundary essence, was nothing. On the other hand, Lin Ling frowned. He did not expect these people to be so confident. He could not help but shake his head. Even if he didn't have realm essence, he could still easily kill them by relying on his physical body. Without further ado, Lin Ling looked at Xiao Ning and said, Xiao Ning, where is your little white mink? Did that guy run away? How dare you not listen to me? No. Xiao Ning quickly waved her hands. I was originally with Auntie Yuyu, but Auntie Yuyu realized that Auntie Gu was in danger, so she quickly went to help. I was afraid that something would happen to Auntie Goop, so I also asked the little white mink to help. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Xiao Ning was just a mortal. Apart from the worn-out crossbow in her hand, she didn't have any combat ability. But she gave the little white mink to Goop. It had to be said that this little girl was really kind. "You're so stupid," Lin Ling said helplessly. "But Uncle Lin said that I'm in charge of protecting Auntie Yu and the others." Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Xiao Ning lowered her head as tears streamed down her face. "Idiot, I'm saying that you should protect yourself. You're my family. If something happens to you, I, Lin Ling, will feel guilty. Remember, you're my family, not my slave. Don't ever look down on yourself," Lin Ling said word by word. Xiao Ning's body trembled as she raised her head. Her eyes were filled with excitement as she nodded heavily. "Have you said enough?" At this moment, those people finally let out a sharp voice. It seemed that they were a little angry. Indeed, Lin Ling actually ignored them. How dare a piece of trash be so arrogant? "Lin Ling, use all your tricks. Otherwise, I'll kill you." "Kill him. Let's kill Tian Ao and the others as well so that no one can testify." Those people's eyes turned cold, and they wanted to kill Lin Li. As soon as they finished speaking, they immediately pounced over and unleashed their powerful attacks. "Lin, be careful." Tian's words, Tian's Yu. "No. But you is you is you. Lin Ling's dimensional essence was already exhausted. Even if he still had other methods, his battle prowess would definitely be greatly reduced. It was simply impossible for him to be their match. But now, Lin Ling actually said that he didn't need it? Damn it, were they looking down on them? There's no need for that. However, Lin Ling spoke again. Tian Ao and Luo Wuchang looked at each other, nodded, and pounced on the others. "You guys take care of the trash heavenly pride, I'll take care of Lin Ling." Among this group of people, the strongest one attacked Lin Ling. In his opinion, as long as he could kill Lin Ling, he would be able to become an expert on the heavenly stairway. He didn't even need to go to the divine pagoda for the test. This was like reaching the heavens in a single bound. The academy that he was in would probably be proud of him. Thinking of this, the expert smiled. No need. Lin Ling, a piece of trash, dared to say that he didn't need help. What a joke. As for Tian Ao and the rest, they blocked the other experts, but they were extremely worried. Without the dimensional essence, Lin Ling couldn't activate the power of his talent. He couldn't even use the treasure in his hands. What could Lin Ling use to fight against them? "Uncle! Uncle!" Xiao Ning also knew what was going on and shouted worriedly. However, Lin Ling pulled her behind him. At the same time, the talents were quietly fusing. However, due to the lack of soul power, the fusion failed. The black sludge couldn't stain Lin Ling's body at all. His arms were like a dragon's claw and a human's arm. This made Lin Ling a little strange. "Lin Ling, I didn't expect that there would be a day when you would be so funny." When the expert saw this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, at this moment, Lin Ling attacked. Even if the fusion didn't succeed, he still threw out a punch. This punch had the power of 5,000 worlds. Boom! That expert didn't even enter the divine list. He thought that he could take advantage of Lin Ling, but he forgot that a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Crack! Crack! With one punch, the black gold armor on the expert's body cracked. "What?" Exclamation point. The expert's eyes widened. Fuck! Where did this Lin Ling get his strength from? Boom! Then, before he could say another word, his body exploded. Even the black gold armor was no exception. It all fell to the ground. As for Tian Ao and the rest who were still fighting, they all stopped moving. Their hearts exploded. Exploding the armor with one punch? A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if Lin Ling lost half of his strength, to kill him, it would still require a Sky Stairway expert on the divine list. Lin Ling had already left with Xiao Ning. At the same time, he said lightly, "You two, hurry up. Hurry." Tian Ao and Luo Wuchang were stunned. Then, they roared, "Kill them in half an hour. Hurry." Both of them didn't want to lose face in front of Lin Ling because they had promised to return the favor to Lin Ling. Damn, why is Tian Ao so fierce? Isn't he from the divine second hall? Yes. My Luo Wuchang is also fierce. He can enter the divine third hall. Wait. Wait, it was a misunderstanding. Yes. Those who fought with Tian Ao and the rest regretted it now. Unfortunately, they were all killed by Tian Ao and the rest in the end. Lin Ling continued to move forward. Not long after, Tian Ao and the rest caught up with him. They looked at Lin Ling in shock. They didn't expect that Lin Ling, who had lost his boundary essence, would still be stronger than them. What a freak. Physical strength. Lin Ling knew their doubts and explained calmly. That's awesome. He can kill a martial ancestor realm expert with just his physical strength. I also want to learn physical strength. Damn, someone like Lin Ling is simply too perfect. Realm essence, physical strength, TSK. When the two of them heard Lin Ling's words, they were immediately jealous. Unfortunately, they didn't know that physical strength couldn't be cultivated overnight. Lin Ling had started to cultivate his physical strength in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was only now that he had reached his current level. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with them and quickened his pace. He thought of Xian Yuan Gu and Yu Yu and couldn't help but worry. Gu is in danger. Moreover, she's in the Western District. Why did she go there? That place has many taboos. Yes. Lin Ling was also very familiar with the Western District. That place had more treasures, but it was also the most dangerous place in the ancient castle. According to legend, that place led to the Netherworld. Chapter 3655. Platinum Hall. Back in the day, Li Xiaoyao had also been to the Western District. However, under countless dangers, he still couldn't find the way to the 6th level. With no other choice, he could only leave the 8 gods' heavenly palace and search for the key to the 6th level in the outside world. Only then did he reach the 6th level. Of course, compared to the shortcut from the 5th floor to the 6th floor, searching for the key would undoubtedly take more time and effort. At that moment, Tianao and the rest had caught up. When they heard that Lin Ling was going to the Western District, they told him everything they knew. Western District, I think most of the experts are gathered in the Western District. Previously, I heard from Fairy Xin Yen and the others that someone had obtained a great treasure in the Western District, and his strength had greatly increased. That's right. Originally, Fairy Xinyan and the others also wanted to go to the Western District, but I stopped them. So now, they are still in the Southern District. I reckon that the Western District is very dangerous and not suitable for them to roam around. Lin Ling, you have to be careful. After all, Princess Tian, Grandmaster Silver Plume, Ningbo Tao, Wu Feiming, and Kagura should all be in the Western District. You've offended them before, and this time they'll definitely attack you. There's also the Duan clan, led by Duan Feihong. That old fellow's strength isn't weak. After that, they all looked at Lin Ling. Don't worry, Ningbo Tao and the others can't threaten me because they are all dead. However, Princess Tian and the others can't be underestimated. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Actually, the one he was truly afraid of was the god of assassins, the #1 expert of the Flying Dragon organization, the legendary top-notch assassin. However, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. If Princess Tian and the others became stronger, they might be able to cause trouble for Lin Ling. In addition, Longyang was also there. Thinking of this, Lin Ling couldn't help but quicken his pace and sense his strength. He discovered that his physical body was about to recover to the power of 6,000 worlds, but the recovery of his world essence was still extremely slow. At this moment, there were indeed more people in the West District. Not only were there many large halls connected from head to tail, but there were also many secret rooms around the large halls, and there were countless treasures inside. Many people had obtained fortuitous encounters here, and their strength had greatly increased. As they walked along the halls and reached the final hall, they discovered that this hall was even more majestic. Furthermore, it was no longer made of black gold, but white gold. And in this vast hall, the most eye-catching thing was a huge platinum coffin. This platinum coffin sat in a corner, and from afar, it looked like an ancient mountain. Above the platinum coffin, there was an inconspicuous red flag. The flag had unknown symbols drawn on it, and it was filled with an evil aura. Looking at the surroundings of the huge coffin, the people were as busy as ants. They did not pay any attention to the platinum coffin. Instead, they were constantly searching the secret chambers around the palace. Not long after, they all walked out of the secret chamber with joyful smiles on their faces. Of course, this place wasn't without danger. From time to time, platinum rocks would fall from the roof and transform into giants, easily killing several academy experts. Fortunately, there were many strong people in the academy. After using all their strength, they finally broke through the platinum rock. However, it was extremely difficult for them to recover their depleted world essence. And in a corner of the palace, a large number of people were surrounding two women. They were eyeing them covetously, and some even had evil smiles on their faces. Yu Xianxia, I see that your strength is not bad. Why don't you submit to me? A moment later, a clear voice with a domineering aura quietly floated out. Princess Tian was sitting on a chair, her hand supporting her cheeks as she looked indifferently at the two women in the crowd. She clearly didn't care about the treasures in the secret chambers. Instead, she took a fancy to the divine sword in Yu's hand. Moreover, she had a feeling that the true treasure in this palace hadn't appeared yet. Submit to you? The women surrounded by the crowd all had different temperaments. One was as light as a snow lotus, with fair skin and exquisite facial features. The other had large eyes that seemed to be able to speak, but they flickered with the light of wisdom. Coupled with the faintly discernible evil smile at the corner of her mouth, she gave off the feeling of a little witch. Without a doubt, these two women were extremely charming. Even in the 36th Academy, they were rare beauties. Naturally, they were Yu and Xianxia. At this moment, they looked at each other and smiled beautifully. Xianxia smiled and said, Princess Tian, I see that your background is not small. Why don't you submit to me? I think you are very suitable to be my maid. How dare you? Immediately, someone shouted angrily. It was Master Yu. He was a supreme with golden patterns. Everyone present gave him face. Therefore, he alone could summon many strong people from the academy. Master, are you satisfied after being beaten up by my husband? If you don't want to be beaten up again, why don't you submit to me and be my family's coachman? At this moment, Yu also spoke indifferently. Master you didn't expect these two beautiful women to be so vicious with their words. Previously, he wanted to use his charm and charisma to make these two beauties submit to him. However, Princess Tian wasn't angry. Instead, she clapped her hands and said, arrogant. As expected of Lin Ling's woman. I underestimated you before. Princess Tian, you surrounded us. Aren't you afraid that Lin Ling will come and settle the score with you when he comes? Xianxia said indifferently. I have to say that you know the human heart very well. You know how to take advantage of the situation. However, you have underestimated me. Previously, I gave in to Lin Ling. It wasn't because I was afraid of him. I was just using him. When I achieved my goal, he was nothing more than this. Therefore, even if he comes, it will be useless. Perhaps he will die if he comes. Princess Tian said lazily. You don't have to say that. Of course, we know that you are using Brother Ling. However, Brother Ling is also using you. Tell me, what do you want to do now? Yu said. It's very simple. I have my eyes on your sword, the scriptures on Xian Yuan Gu, and the little white mink. If you give them to me, I will let you go. Also, you can tell Lin Ling that he is welcome to visit Miao Shen's true inheritance at any time. Princess Tian said with a smile. She didn't look like a woman. Instead, she looked more like an emperor. So that's how it is. But let me ask you one thing, I have taken a fancy to that gown you are wearing, as well as the necklace you are wearing, as well as the brocade pouch you are wearing at your waist. If you give them to us, we will call you sisters, and welcome you to visit our house at any time. What do you say? Yes. Xian Yuan Gu's beautiful face remained unchanged. She had the demeanor of a woman as she smiled faintly. That's impossible. Princess Tian was still smiling. So, it's impossible for us too. Yes. Xian Yuan Gu shrugged slightly. Chapter 36-56. Attrition Warfare. Princess Tian was still not angry. She said calmly, however, everything has its roots. Even if I think highly of you, there are some things that you still have to face. So, you can reject me, but I will use force to take it. If you lose, not only will you lose the treasure, you will also lose people. I think there are many men here who are interested in you. So, this is the last chance I'm giving you. Think it over. There's no need. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. If you have any tricks, just use them. Yu and Xian Yuan Gu looked at each other and expressed their determination. Yu's sword was given to her by Lin Ling. The little white sable and the scriptures were also taken back by Lin Ling at the risk of his life. Therefore, there was no way they would hand them over. Moreover, Lin Ling was an arrogant person. When had he ever lowered his head to an enemy? They were Lin Ling's women. Naturally, they wouldn't embarrass Lin Ling. I like a woman with backbone. Ordinary flowers can't attract me at all. Only such a woman has a fatal temptation to me. The experts in the surroundings licked their lips when they heard Yu and the others, and they were ready to make a move. Whoosh! One person immediately rushed out and tried to grab Xian Yuan Gu. This person was a celestial stairway expert on the divine list, ranked at the bottom. Seeing this, Xian Yuan Gu immediately activated the scripture. It formed a page of scripture and pressed down from the sky. Its speed was incomparably fast, comparable to Lin Ling's spacetime divine steel. The power of the ancestors was even more powerful. The face of the person who attacked changed. He did not expect Xian Yuan Gu to be so powerful. After his attack failed, he immediately retreated. As for him, it was obvious that he was only probing. Just as he landed, another expert made his move. However, he was immediately repelled by Xian Yuan Gu's scripture. Moreover, he had lost in a somewhat embarrassing manner, falling to the ground and eating dog shit. If not for the fact that Xian Yuan Gu didn't want to mess things up and didn't follow up with another attack, that person might have already died. Trash, you can't even deal with a mere woman. Seeing that person in such a sorry state, an angry voice immediately rang out. Not far away, a middle-aged man surrounded by many experts spoke in a dignified manner. Duan Feihong. As one of the powerhouses who possessed one of the keys, he had always kept a low profile in this trip to the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. However, those who knew him knew that he was not as simple as he seemed. Keeping a low profile was only for the sake of the big picture. After being scolded by Duan Feihong, that person felt that he was too ashamed to face anyone, so he ran away with his tail between his legs. Your strength is really not weak. Little girl, your main goal is to defeat your opponent, and you don't follow up with your victory. Moreover, you only sent one person to fight. Therefore, you should be stalling for time. Truly cunning little girl. Duan Feihong coldly looked at Xian Yuan Gu and scolded disdainfully. Old man, you didn't attack all at once. Instead, you sent some spectators who didn't know the situation to fight and admitted defeat after one attack. You should want to waste our realm essence, right? Then, you sent your own people to fight. Without wasting a single soldier, you seized our treasure. Truly a cunning old man. Yu glanced at Duan Feihong and also calmly retorted. Duan Feihong's eyes instantly became unsightly. Because what Yu said was exactly what they were thinking. After all, Yu had the divine sword. If they forcefully snatched it, there would definitely be countless casualties. Therefore, he and Princess Tian weren't stupid. Their goal was to waste Yu and the other's realm essence. The two of you are becoming more and more shocking. Daring to be the green leaves behind Lin Ling is truly a waste of your talent. However, even if you know, so what? Princess Tian also spoke at this time. Then, she gave a look to the people behind her. Immediately, another person came out to fight. Yu and Princess Tian were both unyielding and stubborn. However, once their realm essence was exhausted, let's see if they could still be stubborn. The person who attacked was even stronger than the previous one. Powerful techniques were constantly being used to suppress them. Xian Yuan Gu instantly felt a huge pressure. After all, she had already fought fiercely against two people in a row. However, at this time, the little white mink appeared and turned into a fatal illusion, causing that person to be immersed in it. Seeing this, Xian Yuan Gu erupted with a page of scripture and smashed that person into pieces. Junior brother Lin. Angry voices immediately sounded from the crowd. Then, they glared at Xian Yuan Gu with resentment. Xian Yuan Gu's face was slightly pale. Clearly, after fighting 3 consecutive battles, and all of them were experts on the god list, she was somewhat exhausted. After all, the power of the page of scripture that she activated was indeed powerful. However, it also consumed a lot of realm essence. Gu, let me. At this time, Yu also pulled out the devouring heaven's fortune sword in her hand and wanted to fight in place of Xian Yuan Gu. However, Xian Yuan Gu waved her hand. She had a feeling that Lin Ling must be rushing here at this moment. Therefore, she and Yu had to delay as much time as possible. I can still fight. Xian Yuan Gu said to Yu. Looking at the determined Xian Yuan Gu, many people secretly admired her. Not only was this woman arrogant, but her willpower was also very good. 3 moves. If you can't defeat me in 3 moves, I will admit defeat. This time, it was a handsome man who walked out. He did not bully Xian Yuan Gu. Instead, he said with great admiration. This was because he knew that there were not many people who could do what Xian Yuan Gu did. All right. Xian Yuan Gu immediately nodded. The man also pulled out a saber formed from ice. His talent erupted as each saber locked onto Xian Yuan Gu's vital points. Following that, the saber swept towards Xian Yuan Gu. A 6th grade ultimate desolate body. This was the man's powerful trump card. The first saber was barely blocked by Xian Yuan Gu. The second saber cut off a strand of Xian Yuan Gu's long hair. The third saber cut through Xian Yuan Gu's shoulder, causing fresh blood to flow out. Gu. Upon seeing this, Yu anxiously shouted. The surrounding people revealed cold smiles, hoping that the man would be ruthless. Unfortunately, the man retracted his saber at the critical moment and said indifferently, "There are very, very few women who can see through life and death. Previously, I could tell that you were risking your life for these 3 saber moves. Therefore, the 3 saber moves are over. I've lost." Upon seeing this, many people secretly cursed. Xianxia had almost been crippled, but the man had retracted his saber at the critical moment. However, the man was ranked 471st on the stairway to heaven. Most people did not dare to offend him. As for Princess Tian, she did not mind. This was because although Xianxuan's shoulder was injured, he had exhausted his boundary essence. He was no longer a concern. Next, as long as Yu exhausted her boundary essence, the treasures would be within her sight. Especially the divine sword, which she had coveted for a long time. As for Yu, she helped Xianxuan to sit down. She also instructed the little white mink to look after Xianxuan and not leave her. Following that, she walked out with the sword in hand. Lin Ling, trash, trash. At this moment, a strange-looking man suddenly walked out. The moment he opened his mouth, he mocked Lin Ling. He had clearly received the Duan family's Duan Feihong's order to deliberately anger Yu. Say that again. Chapter 3657. Sky Scorpio Sword. He. I said that Lin Ling is a coward, a piece of trash. The ugly man obviously didn't expect that such a lowly provocation would be so effective. It was far beyond his expectations. If he could exhaust half of Yu's boundary essence, the Duan clan would definitely reward him greatly. What, you don't accept it? You don't want me to say it? However, I insist on saying that Lin Ling is a piece of trash. Sooner or later, I, Lai Lu, will trample him under my feet. The ugly man became more and more proud. Yu's hair fluttered wildly, her beautiful face frosty. She was like a goddess descending from the heavens as the divine sword in her hand ruthlessly slashed out. Cripple. The ugly man still wanted to mock her, but unfortunately, his head fell to the ground and rolled like a ball. His eyes were also filled with disbelief. Because, he never thought that Yu would be so straightforward, and even more so that Yu killed him with a single slash. He originally planned to run after mocking her, but in the end, he didn't manage to run away. However, although this person was killed with a single slash, the corner of Duan Fei Hong's mouth curled into a cold smile. Because, although Yu's slash seemed powerful, in fact, it was almost an all-out slash and consumed a lot of boundary essence. It seemed that as long as he said bad things about Lin Ling, that beauty would lose her mind. Moreover, the dead person wasn't from the Duan clan, so he didn't need to feel any heartache. Lin Feng, you go next. Remember, exhaust her boundary essence as much as possible. If the situation isn't good, immediately withdraw. Duan, you go third round. At that time, Yu should be exhausted. You must defeat her and seize her divine sword. As for whether she lives or dies, it's up to you. Duan Fei Hong instructed the 2 people behind him, his eyes were filled with coldness. Lin Ling was the Duan clan's enemy. If Lin Ling's wife died, who knew if Lin Ling would go crazy? However, even if he didn't go crazy, there was no lack of anger. Unfortunately, what could an angry Lin Ling do? How could he be his opponent? Princess Tian looked greedily at the sword in Yu's hand. What a sharp sword. However, such a sword should be suitable for her. How ruthless. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They never thought that Yu, who looked as pure as ice and jade, would take someone's life with a single strike. Too heartless. It seemed that as long as she dared to say anything bad about Lin Ling, this beauty would be killed without mercy. In life, if he could find such a confidant, then there would be no regrets. Unfortunately, this enviable thing belonged to Lin Ling. When you people saw Brother Ling, you didn't even dare to say a word. You were like lapdogs. You even asked Brother Ling to bring you in. But after you came in, you all showed your fangs. You didn't think that without Brother Ling, at least 60% of you would have died on the Black Gold Road. Only when Brother Ling isn't around do you dare to be arrogant. I think you are the real trash. Cowards. Yu raised her sword and gave off a valiant feeling. Her beautiful eyes looked at the crowd with disdain. The huge platinum hall suddenly turned silent. Many people narrowed their eyes as anger rose in their hearts. Trash? Cowards? If it was Lin Ling who reprimanded them, their reactions would not be so big. However, when it came from a pure girl, they felt ashamed. It was as if their pride had been humiliated. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a treasure in hand. At this moment, a youth with an ultimate 6th grade desolate body walked out step by step. This person had only one arm. His face was filled with sword scars. His long hair was casually scattered, and when it was blown by the wind, it revealed a ferocious face. Jianghu. An expert on the God Roll's Stairway to Heaven, ranked 466th. Such an expert was in existence that stood above tens of thousands of people in the 36 colleges. You girls just love to be vain. If not for Lin Ling giving you a divine sword, would you have followed Lin Ling? Damn. Women, damn it. Cunning and vicious. Damn. No matter how good a man is to you, as long as a more outstanding man appears, you will abandon your old love and fly to a higher sky. Damn. Today, I will kill all of you filthy women. Jianghu said each word clearly. His eyes were filled with ferocity and viciousness. Of course, there was more killing intent. Everyone was stunned. Jianghu seemed to have a huge grudge against Yu. After all, although they were angry, they could not destroy a beauty like Yu. However, Jianghu wanted to kill Yu. Jianghu has been hurt by love. Suddenly, someone sighed and said, that year, he had been in love with a woman for many years. However, in the end, that woman had left him and left with another man. Later on, whenever he thought of that woman, Jianghu would feel so much pain that he wished he was dead. Every time he thought of her, he would use his sword to leave a sword scar on his face, hoping that the pain would make him forget about that woman. No wonder his face is filled with sword scars. Sigh, passionate love has always been the cause of regret. Sometimes, love is the most hurtful thing. No wonder he wants to target Yu. Could it be that this fellow harbors murderous intent towards every woman? That's not the case. He only harbors murderous intent towards beautiful women. Pervert. The crowd broke into a discussion. Suddenly, they felt that Yu was in danger. Because Jianghu had vented all his resentment on Yu. It was as if Yu was the woman who had abandoned him. That was indeed the truth. It's time for us to end our relationship. Jianghu finally raised his head. His eyes were filled with determination. Boom. Following that, a terrifying shockwave soared into the sky. He had broken through. He had broken through. The peak of the martial ancestor realm. Pa. He was wearing a loose robe. His sleeves fluttered in the wind where his arm had been cut off. Suddenly, a sharp aura shot out and shattered the sleeves. Then, a huge sword appeared. This sword was connected to his body and was filled with green light. It looked like a poisonous sword. The sword was 2 meters long and it was like a snake or a scorpion. The Sky Scorpio sword? Heavens, senior brother Jianghu stole that sword? Someone's body trembled as he roared in disbelief. That sword was a taboo. It had once appeared near the Sky Sword Academy in the final world. Later on, it was subdued by an expert from the academy and suppressed in another academy. That was because that academy had the power to suppress that sword. That academy was Jianghu's academy. However, no one had expected Jianghu to secretly take that sword away and merge it with his body. Talent. That sword has turned into that person's talent. Princess Tian frowned. She never expected that there would be such an expert hidden in the 8-god Celestial Palace's expedition. This was because the sword had reached the 7th grade ultimate desolate body. Furthermore, the limit of the sword was not as simple as the 7th grade. It might even reach the 10th grade. Rumble. The moment the Sky Scorpio sword appeared, the Platinum Hall began to tremble. Countless people looked over.